David, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're playing tanks.
You game?
Yeah. I'm actually quite a freak about this.
You want to jump into it?
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let me just set everything up.
Bro, do you ever just think who was behind that story?
What are you studying?
Mechanical engineering, you?
Oh, business.
Oh, businessman.
Make yourself at home.
What are you doing?
Trying to get an internship with one of the big four.
The Big Four?
Auditing.
Oh. Hey, check this.
What is this? What, do you want to rent this?
Maybe. We could do it together.
What do you mean? You with the hands, me with the papers, that kind of thing?
We're gonna need True, yeah. No, so we're gonna need...
Yeah, this one is good. However, if we...
I mean, that could be your office space. But we could put a sign right up. There's a lot. Yeah. I think we can make it work. What?
Wait. 3, 2, 1.
What we can do is we can keep this all out for you. What we do is we'll replace it with a brand new...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Make this look so good. It's so detailed. The water now is moving.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Did you make this?
Yes. Please tell me you like it.
Insane, you even got the logo?
Yeah, I know. Don't miss me too much.
Take care, man.
Oh, yes.
I'll let you know.
I got one on me. I got one. What you? Last one. Oh, you God. Yes! Come on. Nice.
You're a good boy, Billy.
Ready for one more? David.
No, come on. Let's talk about it. What's your problem?
Look, I do accept you have all these plans, but I just don't get why it has to be now.
Don't act like it is a surprise to you, okay? You already knew about my plans.
Yes, and I thought we had plans too.
Well, it kind of worked out, didn't it?
I mean, what are you even chasing, David?
I want more than this.
Hello.
Hey, man.
I'm back.
Oh, wow, it's so good to hear your voice.
Yeah. Yours too.
What you doing, Dad?
Who's this?
Hang on a sec.
This is Sam.
Whoa.
Hi.
Hi.
He's one of Daddy's best friends.
We should grab a beer sometime.
Say no more.
Alex. Happy birthday, man.
So good to see you.
So good to see
And we did get you a little something, but I see you already got the sausages going for me.
Yeah.
You look great. I'll take over in a sec.
But good game, man.
Yeah, good game.
Good game.
Hey, we're playing again in a bit, yeah?
World of Tanks turns 15. All these years, we've been changing and growing. But the tanker spirit endured in all of us. The game kept evolving, but always stayed unique. Together with you, and thanks to you. From August 8th, join the celebration of the 15th anniversary of this legendary game. Go to the album every day and open envelopes to look back at the highlights from World of Tanks history, and also get gifts, customization elements, experimental equipment, and handy resources. Open envelopes every day, or at least every other day, to fill the progression bar and get all the rewards. The premium AMX ELC 901 tank. Bonds, 3D attachments, and customization elements designed for this anniversary. Another surprise awaits you in battle. This message means there's a veteran nearby who registered in the first year of the game. This badge confirms their honorable status. A veteran's presence in battle boosts morale and profits. Players on both teams will get a boost to credits earned, including the veteran themselves in every battle. You'll return from the battlefield to a cozy garage that our old friends have decorated. They've even prepared gifts for you in a special battle pass. In it, you'll be able to make a crew from these garage tankers. They're keen to get back into action. Decorate your tanks with customization elements inspired by the good old Forest Garage. Receive Tier 8 Premium Brennos tank in the free progression. You have 24 days to complete it, including weekends with autocannons. Arcade Cabinet returns for 2 launches on August 15th and 22nd. This time, it offers the exciting, overwhelming fire mode. Spin your barrels, bring down a hail of HE shells, and fire thousands of rounds per minute. Just what you need to relax and earn some rewards to boot. Also awaiting you in August are especially enjoyable Twitch drops from World of Tanks streams. Additional rewards for each victory where you're in the top 10 players by base XP. Economic bonuses during happy hours. Bundles with rare vehicles and customizations in the premium shop. Discounts on all the necessities. Equipment, consumables, customizations, and of course, vehicles. Here's to 15 years of World of Tanks. Let's make this August go off with a bang. Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them, starting from Tier 6, have roles. Medium tanks are no exception.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome to the AMD Clan Showdown Day 1. I'm joined by Moff today. It's been a while since we had some 15v15 action, Moff. How excited are you?
I am very excited. I am very enthused. Fate has brought us back together to cast another World of Tanks tournament. You're right though, 15v15 is going to be the event today. We've had a lot of Onslaught and that's been the main game mode, the main competitive game mode for a while, but 15v15, it's been kicking about for a long time and we've got 8 teams ready to go.
To explain you guys, this is a little bit different than what you're usually used to in terms of 15v15. Now, we have NA also joining the fray, as you can see, with Cracked and Fines in the lower bracket. Not in the lower bracket, my bad. In the single elimination bracket. That's why we don't have a lower bracket, because we have 8 teams now instead of 6, because if we have 6 teams, we start 2 teams in the lower bracket, but with 8, we have just a single elimination bracket throughout. We have some good matches lined up, though, but we have a missing team here, W. They opted not to play, so you'll see them spread a little bit across different teams like Vortex, even Frugo joining Invil.
Yeah, that is a big talking point, but that's going to be for much later in the day. That's the last match. I think it was a good thing that we talked through how the format has changed, because it's been double elimination upper and lower bracket for such a very long time, and we would always have the conversation about what's better, going through the lower or the upper bracket. But here's the schedule. We've got Vortex against Vulgus. It's going to be the first match up of the day.
Yeah, and Vortex is a bit of a new team here. They also, have a 7v7 team, right? So I think the core there making it to this 15v15 team. And like we said, they have some of those W reinforcements in that team. Versus Vulgus, which is a well-established team, but they have never been able to really put their mark on any of the 15v15 tournaments. You can see here Vortex with a lot of familiar names across the board. I mean, if we look back to 7v7, you'll see a lot of familiar names, and then of course you have the core of W players in there as well, with Nepal, Klurf, Itox, and Ios.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, they've got a lot of superstars. I remember as well, they've got the Lotus core, which was a team that at once upon a time was in the OLS after they got relegated last season, but still nonetheless a very experienced roster. Vulgus, on the other hand, are also equally experienced, I would say, especially within 15v15, but like you mentioned, they've never actually been able to make a breakthrough. They've never caused a splash. They're kind of just always there, and they're sort of gatekeepers of the top six, I like to think, but their best result ever has been 4th, and they've had 4th place, I think, 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that's like I said, I've never really been able to put their mark on any of the tournaments so far. Maybe this one is the one, though, Moff. With a single elimination bracket, who knows?
Yeah, it could be the way to go. Don't forget, remember those old double elimination brackets. Quite often we had the team that ended up winning the whole tournament. They got the second chance, went down, beat up on some kids like Vulgus in that lower bracket, and then went all the way back to win the grand final. But it's elimination straight off the bat.
That is indeed a very different thing. It's a best of 7. It's not a very long match. But before that, we have some Twitch drops lined up for you today on the 16th of August. Do not forget to quickly refresh to make sure that those are enabled. If you have any questions, there's an article on the World of Tanks page that has the FAQ in it as well that you can follow for some troubleshooting if anything happens to not be working. And then of course tomorrow we have some more drops as well.
Yeah, the coveted mystery drops, which everyone in chat will be keeping an eye out for, but that'll only be from tomorrow, of course. Today, we're going to get some consumables, large consumables, small consumables. I believe there's a consumable sale going on in the game right now, so if you collect these, you can wait until after consumable sale and sell them for pure profit if you are maximum efficiency.
Yeah, that's very smart, Moff. You are what they call economist, eh?
I wouldn't go that far. To be honest, whenever a consumable sale comes around, what ends up happening for me is I don't want to grind the credits, or I don't plan to in the lead up to it, and then I just sell all of my tanks and buy the consumables. But who cares about that? Look at that very powerful GPU that is on the screen right now. AMD, of course, the sponsors of Clan Showdown.
Yeah, this extra price Moff is indeed not just it's not a small one per se. It's 18 GPUs to the winning team, sponsored by AMD. Together we advance gaming. That's a nice little bonus there, Moff. If you're W, slowly but surely your computer's turning into a full AMD setup.
Yeah, of course, but you can only have, well, I suppose there is a scenario where someone could have more than one GPU, but I don't really know so much about that. What I do know is the pick and bans that are on the screen right now. It's going to be match 1 between Vortex and Vulgus. Highway is going to be the first map picked by Vortex, then we've got Vulgus' pick of Sand River, Prokhorovka then picked by Vulgus, and the tiebreaker will be Himmelsdorf.
Now, what map do you think is the real difference maker here, Moff? Or could be the real difference maker between these two teams?
I think it could be Proko. I think there's a pretty good chance that we've traded out the first two maps 1-for-1, because both of them are pretty difficult to break down your opposition on, whereas Proco is a far more balanced map, so if you're better than the other team, your skills should shine through there.
So let's see what we're gonna get though on battle number 1 on highway. Yeah, if you never look behind you, you'll never notice the tornado in the back.
I do know that that's there because I went driving around the maps one time looking for some like cool background shots, and actually made a little clip of that, but it does look very cool. Predictions though, all going with Vortex. Even Phil, I went 4-3. I feel like Vortex is obviously the stronger team, but in terms of experience as a roster, they've got a whole bunch of different pieces from different teams, different players, and it's difficult to mesh immediately straight off the bat, whereas Vulgus has been a team for quite a while, so I have a feeling this game is going to be quite scrappy, and eventually the class of Vortex will shine through.
Let's see what we will get. So Vortex going in the beginning 7-2-7-9, so mouse, WBR and SCRV, and quad E5.
Meanwhile, Vulgus are going with 4 IS7s, double mouse, double 260, then they've got 5 279s, an STRV of their own, and just 1 EBR.
The 1 EBR kind of saying maybe that they're on defense? No? No, actually no, they're on attack.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That is interesting. I think I even saw a game during the group stage where a team just elected not to take an EBR on the defense altogether, and I can kind of understand the logic, because eventually a lot of the times when you play the 8-9-0 line, which is pretty much what every team does on the defense, you get pressured back so far the EBR almost has no utility anyway. But Vortex actually opting to take double EBR, even on the defense here. Jackie going early, aggressive into that city. It's such a difficult spot to grab in the beginning of the game. It's very easy to get caught if you stay too long.
Yeah, and if you go too far as well, it's super risky with those EBRs. We can see the Vulgus EBR sitting on the edge there again. Sunny covering the outside. Vulgus taking over 1-2 line. And this is kind of the typical highway, you know? One team goes 1-2, the other one goes 8-9-0 line, and then they have a few potential ways that they could break this this sort of defense.
Yeah, some very standard opening plays going on right now. Probably take a while before anyone decides what they want to do. The team captain of Vulgus, of course, Why Am I Spotted, leading the charge, leading by example, just aggressively pushing through the open there. He must have been spotted, but it's actually getting lit. It's super, super delayed. I thought there might have been a bug with the observer feed that was coming through there, but he did actually only just get spotted right in front of the EBR.
He just has that patting down move, you know? He knows what he needs to do. He does get there. He takes a little bit of damage, of course, on the way. Minus 800, so 2 shots. But now Vortex has this city under control, but this is not the easiest defense, right? Because you can get pressured on both A-line or city.
Yeah, and you've got to decide where you want to distribute your forces, and you can very easily spread yourself too thin and not be able to cover all the different parts of the map simultaneously. A lot of the time, most teams will wait or put most of their forces towards the city because it's slightly more difficult to hold, whereas you can flex back in the later game. You can shoot the cross on the A-line, and that looks like what Vulgus is doing right now. Whether they're going to push immediately remains to be seen, but they're certainly being decisive with their decision-making.
So what do they have right now? They have double mouse on the K-line, they have the SCRV in E5, and then everybody else grouping up for this push, which will be 2 prone, I guess, D-line and A-line. The real question is, how much will they take on the crossing from this Vortex lineup? There's only double E5 and an SCRV, but they need to do a lot if they want to hold this, because EBR will almost instantly start capping.
Yeah, that STRV is going to be a very important piece here. It needs to be pumping out the damage. Left-click simulator, and it looks like Vulgus are going to start their push. The E5's starting to peak, but immediately they're getting suppressed by that STRV from Vulgus, who's sniping away in the background. But this is the push for Vulgus right now, and look at the damage Tarks. He gets heavily punished for that overpeak. Good crossfire.
Yeah, that overpeak is always going to be punishing. Rishik there tries to make it happen as well. He gets punished. He also getting spotted out, also getting punished. So the damage that they're doing is immediately being traded back by those backline tanks. And now the A-line pressure starting to come into effect as well with those 260s, with those IS-7 Starks. And Rishik cannot be too close either. Flamesong and Itox will be holding the backlines. But will they be enough to really stop this? Can Vortex do the damage? Now more tanks are arriving, of course. Nepal, Alex, and the likes are coming into effect. And I don't think that they're quite on time. They have established very deep zero-line positions. You can see those E5s shooting back. In the meantime, already immediately Kajaklu going down, but Flamesong will not last very long either in that 279. And if they get the mouse out, then potentially Vortex will be in a commanding position. But you can see the repush already coming from them with those E5s.
Yeah, the repush from those E5s coming in, and they need to go and try and fight it out. It's going to be an isolated brawl between those guys there, and the 279s all on the ridgeline fighting against each other. They're going to have an absolute nightmare in those brawls there with only 310 heat pen on that Nerf 279. It really is quite a tricky 1v1. You've got to snipe some cupolas, try and hit those weak spots, but very, very tricky. But the key thing right now is that it looks like Vortex is winning the sort of north corner of the map in A0, and once they win that, they will be able to crossfire the remaining 279s from Vulgus.
Yeah, it's 260s and IS-7s versus E5s. E5s are an absolute powerhouse in that DPM fight. Not enough forces there to win that. The mouse also staying alive for a long time, and now Vulgus realizing potentially those 279s more often needed to help the zero line. They didn't do that. The E5s won it convincingly, even against those inferior tanks to that position. And Vortex will hold on. The HP is always going to be looking a little bit close, but that's mainly because you have Sami and Synops in the team.
Yeah, and don't count out Jackie. He's in the back lines in his EBR. I would say it's important that he stays alive, but his team is cleaning up so well, and this fight here, Mahesh just gets picked off. There's nowhere left to go. There's nowhere left to run. Yanes Canes will be the next one to fall in his 279. Just an HE shell should be able to find that kill, and you can see the numbers and HP are slowly starting to dwindle away for Vulgus. There's nothing left for them in this game.
And the 279s have shots on the back of those E5s, because I feel like they all need to somehow focus the E5s. And if they can, they even need to just push with the 279s to kill the E5s. If they kill the E5s, they can play, right? But if the E5s win, they always lose.
I'm not so confident about that angle that you're suggesting, that 279s are able to shoot into the back of the E5's turrets. I don't know how reliable a shot that is. Isani does find the kill on Jackie for what it's worth, but this game is definitely too far gone at this point. Alex has the HP, and he will lead the charge and trade off his HP to distract the opposition and just allow the rest of his teammates to come in with the cleanup crew. It's very, very routine first round for Vortex. I think it was an admirable attempt from Vulgus. They at least forced Vortex to make some kind of reaction, but in the end, a stronghold.
Yeah, and it was mainly, those E5s arriving just in time to clean up that zero line in the E5. You may wonder why is it picked, but it has a very good heat pen, a very good gun, and can play against those 260s and IS-7s rather effectively.
Is it 340 heat on the E5? Yeah, which is a lot better to fight against 279s than the 279's very own 310 heat pen. You got all kinds of awkward angles because of the way that the 279's hull is shaped. It makes it very tricky to get reliable penetrations.
I mean, Vortex can just sit there now. They don't really need to drive out and die. They are still defending, nonetheless. So, I mean, I think Koma and Sani are realizing that maybe Vortex will not drive out themselves, so maybe they got to do the job for them. Now we're going to swap sides, of course. Vortex will be attacking, Vulgus will be defending.
Yeah, and we'll see what Vulgus will be able to cook up on. Did they just do some team damage? Pretty sure that it just said that Elias got an ignite. Was that a delayed pop-up? I don't know if he did some sort of team damage, but Koma in the 1 versus 8. I don't think I believe anymore, and his HP, bam, it's gone. And he is just wasting a little bit of time. Not that it really matters, because 8 minutes into the battle already, it's very unlikely that this is going to be a battle which would decide who gets tiebreaker for fastest win. And even then, it's fastest defense, right, from Vortex. So this round shouldn't really play any factor in that.
No, it should not. It was a good round from Vortex. It looked, honestly, for a moment there, I thought they were going to lose, but the 0-line E5s coming back into the play. I think Volgus then kind of just like forgot that E5s beat 260s and IS7s.
Yeah, they just shred through them with that DPM, right? And you can see, unsurprisingly, the top performers are Nepal, Alex in those E5, Rishek, Tarks, E5s all near the top of the scoreboard there. And I think, like you mentioned, I think it was an admirable attempt from Volgus. Initially, oh, look at the damage from Coma. He did 7k, 6.6k from a distance of over 300 meters. So some great sniping, just really not enough to make up for the rest of the team. Initially, though, it did look good because they were able to push through the A-line relatively unscathed. They only lost Kayaklu, and he was even able to ram into his opposition.
That is the thing. Yeah, that SRV did put in the work, right? You know, can't really fault him for that, but he's always going to be the thing that is not really the one to carry a game at the end. But, you know, for Vortex coming in here with this shell of players mixing together, I think Volgus is actually a very good warm-up for them. No disrespect to Volgus, but it's better for them to meet somebody like Volgus than to match up against, like, Invil.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that you could say is true. Being immediate elimination, not having to play a team like Invil, which I think we can all agree is the strongest team coming into these playoffs, right? You got to feel bad for Fines when they have to face them later on today. At least they can
go back to sleep then.
That's true. That is true. It will be quick and painless, I'm expecting. But coming back to what you said, certainly Volgus is like, because of the nature of their team, they're sort of top 6 gatekeepers. They're like a solid team, and they're good enough to be able to test you, but we don't really ever feel like they're good enough to win the whole thing. And obviously we shouldn't speak too soon because it's literally been one round. This could turn on its head completely. Vortex is still a very new team, of course.
Yeah, but for them to, you know, to warm up if they want to continue in this tournament, Volgus is a good first step. Could have been also like Kylie. I guess Kylie is like the second favorite team, right now?
I think if we did a tier list of the order right now coming into the tournament, it would be Invil favorites, then Kylie, and then after that, it's kind of whoever you fancy, really, because I think Motivatia would probably be that third or second place team, even because remember, Motivatia, they actually beat Kylie in the group stage, so they'll definitely have something to say in this tournament. But into round 2, it's going to be Volgus having their turn at the defense, and we've got quite the turn. Different tanks being brought, 60 TPs.
Interesting 60 TP choice. I thought this meta kind of died, but Volgus has decided that it has not. They bring it back.
Interesting thing about that is Volgus, they picked 60 TPs on Sand River as well, so it's not just a map specific tank pick. They actually it was against Invil. So what do you think the outcome was there?
They probably killed like 2 tanks.
I don't know about that, but they definitely lost the game. Anyway, Volgus, contrary to what is the meta normally on this map, they are actually attempting to play for the field. Isani gets clapped in the very beginning. Normally it's almost harder for the EBR from Jackie's point of view. Normally it's harder to get the spotting run from his angle because he actually has to crest over the ridgeline in order to grab the spot, which is very, very dangerous if there's a firing line set up in the spawn. But Isani actually the one coming off worse for wear there. Fortunately, they do have a second EBR, but Vortex are pushing the gas pedal there, going straight into A1. They're going to lock this down, and these IS-7s are going to be slightly compromised.
Yeah, Sammy taking some damage, but shots coming in from the back lines as well. I don't know how compromised YMI spotted and his friend next to him, can't read the name right now, really are though. There's a lot of fire from the back lines, a lot of 60Ps covering, and an IS-7 is pretty hold down. But it seems like YMI spotted already taken a shot. I think it is from Nepal as well, from the back. If they can find angles on these guys, it will not be.
Yeah. This is a dangerous game. They must assume that they are safe, because otherwise they wouldn't have gone there. But there's definitely ways that angles can be generated. You see 700 getting hit there. That's going almost certainly Yoz in the Hori putting in some good shots. And if these i7s are just able to take shots for free like this, they're going to lose 2 tanks, and that's a really bad way to start the round.
However, it does seem like there's shots going back at Ios. The moment he got spotted, he took a shot from the 279, I think almost immediately, but now the overpeak is coming as well. Kajaklu, Andrija is starting to peak with that 279, using that hold down, well, that above you potential, let's call it that way. One of the i7's dead. Andrija really bleeding for this though, down towards 263 himself. Flamesong on a one shot as well. Synops actually from downtown in a 60p hits that. Unbelievable stuff. The old man still got it, but nonetheless, Sami dead. Kajaklu soon to follow. These 60Ps are being forced back as well. Unk is the last one waiting.
Yeah, Kajaklu just on 19 HP trying to fend off the hordes, but he has fallen and he will not have anything further to say in the round, and that's going to trigger the push for the rest of Vortex to go
Amarak,
in.
Though. Saw that?
Amarak?
Yeah, Klurf's third little turret just popped off, man.
Yeah, Klurf, he gets clapped in the face, trying to push in. They've actually halted the push because they've perhaps thinking maybe they can just kill Unique from different angles without having to commit over another gun here into the line of fire. Coma in that STR V500 pen shot comes in. I think that was probably from Nepal in the IS-7 from just across the map, but the HP is at the moment slightly in favor of Vulgus. It's an even game right now.
Gun in the game is also a thing though, you know. I mean, even Moth, look at these mouses. That is still, well, I mean, Nitux did some trading, but Adi and Like together is like 6k HP.
Yeah, and that's a lot of health on just 2 tanks, which they can't rotate to anywhere else on the map to support the rest of the team. This is their position, and they will fight and they will die in this part of the map. So that's a very good point you bring up, that HP has to be utilized somehow. Good kill from Yazon towards Isani. Was he spotted there? Miku looked like he did a spotting run and managed to figure out that EBR. And they've still got 1 remaining in MV, but just getting picked apart as Vortex close down the map now. They've got control of the field. There was a bit of a scrap, but in the end they were victorious. I think if you look at it from Vortex's point of view, they perhaps managed to waste about 5 minutes, but I think they bled more than they would have liked.
I mean, Vulgus has indeed 5 minutes 30 to hold on, but they're down 3 guns compared to Vortex. The good thing for them is that, you know, Flamesong will probably never get in the battle, so they're down only, what, 2 guns then? If we're looking at it that way? Because the difference right now is 3. Flamesong will not be a participant, so 2 extra guns for Vortex. But then you also have the STRV of Coma, which doesn't contribute, while, for example, the Hori of EOS at some point can actually fight.
Yeah, the Hori does have to cross quite a bit of distance across that field to get involved in the game, and I think Vulgus have decided
full turtle
is the solution to this battle, and that will waste a little bit more time, but Vortex, they're already poking and prodding around the city with those mouse, and they're going to figure things out pretty quickly that Vulgus have fallen all the way back to the corner, and once you fall back into the corner, there's going to be so many different crossfire angles. It's going to be really tough to hang on, but it looks like it's their best bet.
And they have the 60p still progressing down 0 line as well. Damage being taken. Koenig gets spotted out. He will not be able to run further than, I don't know, like the building he's at now, potentially. He cannot keep crossing. That would be a mistake to make if you're Koenig. He's in potential crossfire. He wants to keep going, but I think he also realizes that he cannot do that. And this full turtle moth, I'm personally not a fan, but 4 minutes is a lot of time for the side of Vulgus to survive.
Yeah, but look at Vortex, they do keep bleeding HP. Steve went down to about 900. Elias made a peak and traded away some HP as well, so they're actually 3,000 hit points up right now. And sure, Koenig's position is compromised and he will go down. Eventually, Envy gets spotted in the EBR, and the trades! Yoz comes in with another clutch shot. He's taken down 2 EBRs in this round. Very important. Miku Does he not realize he was still spotted there? But he's immediately driving into the cap because he knows there's no EBRs left for Vulgus, and he can immediately apply that cap pressure.
Not a mistake from MV there, to say it the least, you know. Should have been in a passive position, wasn't, gives himself up. Now gives Vortex an additional angle to cap, but still, even without MV making that mistake, you can just see the positions. It's just so tough to play from for Vulgus. They're just above you on every single angle. You're shooting back, but like they have the high ground, and just like Anakin, your arms and limbs are getting literally cut off. You're trying to run away.
He's on fire as well, literally.
You can't reposition. It's just dead waiting to happen.
Yeah, this kind of positioning right now that Vulgus have, this desperate act to hold on, this looks like they're hoping that there's actually 2 minutes further taken off, shaved off the clock, but that's not the case. There's still plenty of time, more than enough time, for Vortex to clean things up here. They don't even need to lean on the cap pressure that Miku has provided in order to win the round. They're just going to drive in. They've kept their guns alive very well, and that is a strong start for them. They will take a 2-0 lead in this match.
Well, Highway being traded 2-0 for Vortex, so a very negative trade for Vulgus. They should give up the investments altogether. But yeah, it's a good start for Vortex. This battle, good job there on the field to make sure that they got the kills without losing too much in that regard. But moving on to Sand River, definitely a map that could be split 1-1. Vulgus will need to make the difference already soon.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the maps previously. We consider Sand River and Highway more of a 1-1 map, so in all likelihood, you're probably going to come out of Sand River, in best case scenario, a 3-1 down, which would put Vortex on match point, which is not ideal. Yoz doing 5.5 in the hurry, and 2 of the 3 kills he got were, I wouldn't say they were critical, but they definitely went some way to helping smooth things over and make the win much easier for Vortex.
Vulgus, Vortex, one of them needs to rename, you know. That's too many V's. There was an Amarak, though, at some point as well, which definitely helped, because Baton was the one that got the Amaraks. You see 10-6-2 and 2.8k damage, right? That's
well, doesn't that make the situation look even more dire for Vulgus, so that they got a full HP Amarak?
Nah, it was like half
the game still isn't really close. If we go back to the start of the round, though, when Vulgus, they choose to set up these i7s in the field, and we know, I think you and I both know, that there are ways that you can generate angles on this.
I mean,
but
if it wasn't from the overpeak, they would just go under the bridge at some point and find angles on these guys, you know?
Yeah, there's multiple different ways that they can find angles, and even then the EBRs can still just chip away at it as well. And what I would have liked to have seen from Vulgus is if maybe they put an EBR in some bush somewhere to try and counter more effectively the guys like Yoz in his Hori, or Jackie in his EBR, or Nepal going under in his IS-7. It didn't seem like they had an effective way to counter the peaks from the angles that they surely knew were coming.
Well, Sand River is the next. Vortex, I think, was attacking first, right? So they are playing from what we would say is the favorite side. Sand River East is, unlike Onslaught, where West is the favorite, and this...
I still feel like the debate is open for that, because it's, I don't know, every time I play Sand River in Random Onslaught, I know it's not the same, but it always feels like you're losing from the side which is supposed to be better. So actually, now I think about it, maybe the West side is stronger. But alas, in Clan Showdown,
maybe it's a skill issue, Moff.
Yeah, maybe it's a skill issue. I've no doubt. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. But base 1 in Clan Showdown format has always been the more powerful side. You have superior positions on the K-line, and you have a nice balcony to protect your own spawn, which is very useful as well.
Yeah, you get a little bit of everything for that. So Vortex needs to realize this advantage and capitalize upon it as well, because if they would bring home this round, a 3-0 is not something I see Vulgus return from.
No, I don't think either of us can see that coming. So they need to mount their challenge on the map of Sand River. Do you think they're going to turtle up in the northern part of the map, or do you think they're going to try and play for K-Line?
I think they will turtle in the south, actually.
I remember in group stage games they played against Invil, they did some sort of elaborate push over the north with IS-7s and CS. They tried to crunch on towards the enemy spawn. It did not work out, but I was right. My studies did pay off, and 60 TP is very much back in meta, at least on Sand River. It used to be the M5Y that was really popular in the previous Clan Showdown and Type 71, but it's interesting that teams have moved away from that.
A lot of 60Ps again on either side, actually, this time around. So we're breaching the 40,000 HP. There's quite a lot, but heavy movement towards the south here for Volgas, but for Vortex a little bit more split.
Yeah, they're going for some north control in the meantime as well. Actually quite light towards the K-line, to be honest, but I think based on the lineup that Volgas has, we don't expect them to actually push on the K-line with so many slow heavies. They've got Synops in a T110E3 as well, which is not really going to be going anywhere in a hurry, and Jackie just doing the runs in the EBR at the start of the round, trying to grab as much info as he can, but he doesn't spot out the vast majority of the Volgas tanks, but I don't think he really needs to get the impression of where they are.
It's gonna be a turtle in the south now from Volgas. I mean, unless they're continuing. No, they're still pushing up these 60Ps. Shelby, Francesca, Ramadik taking some damage as well.
Are they gonna go over though? That's the question.
Ooh, the CRV spotted out though. Question is, can they do some damage?
Ooh, he's on fire! And he's gone. Yoz, one of the key players in the previous round in that Hori, the Sniper Schnitzel, is removed from the round. Probably too busy watching Subway Surfers on his second screen. Actually, did he crash in the end?
Right.
He must have done.
Yeah, I mean, I think he tried to drive off, but this is the opening Volgas could be looking for. SCRV down already. They smell blood in the water. Koma and the Hurricane being pushed back by Andrija and Steven at 2279, and they know that there's limited forces here on the Kayla, and they're going to go for it as well. The 60Ps of Ramadek taking some damage, but Baton and Sami moving in as a freight train actually. Baton is going to be out of gas pretty soon though. 3 HP, but that is a 60P needing to waste a shot if they want to kill him, so it's actually not that bad. But Sami and Baton hit the red line. They will clean up these 60Ps, and Volgas smartly deciding that they don't need to continue. Darks does get Sami out of the game, but like we said, it's a 60P shot for 3 HP. Marash in the middle though, not sure where my man's is going.
Yeah, he's in no man's land. He's going on a solo quest right now, and he's just found a 60 TP of Like, and he is completely isolated. So that free gun that Volgas took earlier in the round, they've kind of just given it straight back. Mahesh just really not expecting that many tanks from Vortex to be still in the middle of the map.
They need to retake their own base actually now if you're Volgas. Sunny takes a shot there from Chucky. Actually, Chucky winning that trade. Sunny might keep splitting a blow up though. On towards YMI spotted. He's gone. You can see the HP drop quite heavily there in return for this as well. And Sunny, I think, is actually no. He's gonna win though against Chucky. Kashaklu getting pressured now in the middle. He wants to pull back, and now Volgas needs to hold on, needs to hold strong. You can see movement on the outside as well on the J line with the 60Ps. That's because the middle is currently being lost from the side of Volgas.
Oh, he did find the kill on Chucky. Isani, that's a very, very important kill. You did not want to waste any more time dealing with that EBR, and eventually he's going to be able to get back up into spawn to provide crossfire, but is it going to be in time? Because Kayaglu has already died, and Vortex are trying to close the net on their opponent. They pushed around the outside with some of these 60 TPs, but I'm not sure it's the greatest position for them to be in right now.
No, it doesn't seem to be that way. Klurf, Miko, and Adi are taking a lot of damage already. Now you can see the secondary repush on the K-line, but that's into set up 60Ps. Ramadik, Unique, and Shelby have easy pickings right now. Rishek in the first one in that E5, it's a great time, but it's not that great for this open repush. Plenty of weak spots to aim for, and this from Vortex looks like a last ditch effort to try and get in this round. Sami finds the kill. Alex and Ilias now the last 2v5s remaining, but the overpeaks are coming in from Volgas. They need to clean up the K-line if they want to win this game. Shelby and Unique actually pushing over. Gotta be careful. Not that much HP, but the focus fire is good. Ilias will be next, and Vortex on Sand River from the favorite side are not looking like they're gonna be picking it up.
Yeah, Elias is just surrounded from multiple angles. He is going to be going down. Not before he picks up one more kill, though. The HP is in favor of Vortex, as are the guns in the game, and they've got these nice defensive positions. You can see these 60Ps, they're just sort of in a bowl right now. They can get peeked on from so many different angles. You've got Yanez Canez all the way on the far left, and Ramadik on the right, just peppering like with another 700 alpha shot. Isani is just running away from a full HP E5. Nepal is in such a bad position. So unfortunate for him to just be stuck chasing a CS63, but that might tell the story of this game.
Nepal hitting the shot there, but good job there by Volgas. A few mistakes though, Moff, that could have been costly, like, you know, Marek.
From both teams.
Yeah. But Volgas ends up winning. Gives them a real possibility to make this 2-2.
Yeah. Is it false hope though? We got to be careful, because you don't want to get complacent taking a win from the less favored side. But it was definitely a good execution. That kill they got on the beginning on Yoz, it could have made all the difference in the end when you think about how much damage those STRVs are on average pumping out every battle in 15v15. The amount of HP that Volgas have less is 7k. If he was even able to do like 4k in this game, it could have been completely different.
Yeah, Yoz there dying in the beginning, that's, I mean, for a player of his caliber, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, he told me in the days leading up to the event that he was just going to play left click simulator and watching Subway Surfers on the side, which is kind of what STRV gameplay is like from time to time, but ultimately the most important detail is that you put yourself in the correct position. And I would be curious to know who spotted him from where. Did he get spotted from the CS in maybe D6 over peaking on the ridge in the north of the map, and he spotted him from above, or was he spotted from someone in the south?
That must almost be the CS from above, no? When you're sitting on that edge?
Yeah. I can't think how it would have been anyone in the south, unless he didn't even single bush, which I find very hard to believe that would be the case.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a possibility either, but the scoreline remains the same, 2-1. We could be getting to 2-2, which is kind of what we expected, just in a different kind of way.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna get to the same destination, but in a roundabout alternative pathing. Koma in the end doing 6.3 in that Hurricane, and you can see why Volgas picked it as well. Both Isani and Koma, they were able to run away from the north of the map. Koma did take a lot of damage initially to run away, but critically, and most importantly, he stayed alive and was able to provide excellent crossfire. Isani also got that really important kill on Jackie. If Jackie didn't get caught, he could have been a nuisance as well. There's so many different elements of this that if one thing had been slightly different, it could have turned the tides in this match. In the end, Mahesh driving straight through the middle of the map by himself didn't actually matter. And technically we could say it was an IS-7 spotting run, right? Because he did figure out that there was about 5 tanks in middle.
I mean, Koma did really good damage to 6.4 in that Hurricane.
It's not the easiest tank to do lots of damage in either, is it? It's not, you know, it's quite common that we see these STRVs doing 6k plus per game, but doing it in a CS63, especially in comp, where your setup on your Hurricane/CS is going to be HP Turborama, the gun handling, while decent, is not always the most kind.
No, but in this game, you know, the advantage was that a lot of people were driving sideways, though. I think that was definitely a benefit when you're the CS playing from F1, that there's a bunch of tanks like driving sideways across the J line in 60Ps.
Yeah, it's nice when you got the full flat side of a 60 TP from range. It's not too difficult to hit that there. But now Volgus are going to be moving on to the attack. They're going to have that so-called favored side that
maybe they just
we
lose
like
from it
to,
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that would definitely be unfortunate for them. But I would pose the same question I did previous round. Do you think Vortex are going to play for the K line, or do you think they're going to turtle?
I do not think that they will play for the K line. Wait, no, I don't think so. I think they'll play. I mean, no, I don't think so. I think they'll play some north. That's the feeling I got.
The vibe.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I'm quite often wrong. Less wrong when it comes to you though, in terms of predictions. But
hey! That was unprovoked. It's not untrue. Exactly. It's not untrue.
I was just stating a fact. No? Facts don't care about feelings.
That's an interesting quote you got there. Vortex gonna be going on to their defense. There's not really too much of a change in relative lineups. We've got still a lot of 6 DPs from both of the teams, but we've got double can opener being brought by Volgus, which the viewers at home will know is a nasty tank to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's also pretty good to play hold-ons if you want to clear out the south. You know, if you think there's going to be some sort of a turtle, the can opener can at least peek without getting penned.
Don't underestimate how useful that is, being able to just poke a ridgeline in front of possibly 10 opponents. And they are actually playing for the south, Vortex. They are going in, and they've got a bit of a split. They've got some BZs, 4 BZs, going towards the middle of the map. This doesn't look too dissimilar to, if scaled, kind of like an onslaught strat. But these BZs at the start, looks like they were just trying to hope to aim at someone crossing in the beginning of the round, but doesn't look like they've managed to achieve their intended goal. Isani spotting everyone out, providing all that beautiful info. Knowledge is power for his team, and he will get out unscathed.
Yeah, but I don't think Vortex is going to, you know, they also know that they give up all the info. I don't think they'll use the BZs for that overpush anymore. Potentially they'll try to somehow catch the tanks out in the north. Because
there's no one in base right now for Volgus.
Yeah, and they also, you know, they had a CS spot in north, so they're kind of aware that even though they didn't see them, there's a lot of tanks on the K line. Or sitting in the base.
Yeah, and of course remember there's no fog of war, so they can actually see what their opponent's lineup is. So they are very much aware of the double can opener, the E3, and they're actually pushing forwards. Vortex going in with the 60 TPs here, going to put themselves in a bit of an awkward spot. There is no STRV from the side of Volgus to chip away at them, just Envy in the middle of the map in his mouse, but it looks like they're just going to set up shop in this little ridgeline here.
Kunik with, of course, those 12 degrees of ground depression says hello to those 6 DPs, but the zero line push needs to come now, and the middle push probably as well to help out these tanks. Klurf pulling back from that position. Now the BZ is boosting through the middle as well on the E line, taking position. Zero line push coming into effect as well with the double IS-7. They need to clear that singular tank in front of them. Klurf taking another big one down towards 81 HP. Not sure that this retreat was the best option, but maybe they wanted 2 tanks to stay back.
Yeah, and look at Kunik now, able to just pressure Rizhik, and there's really not much that Rizhik can do in this situation unless he somehow manages to overpeak and get a shot of that lower plate. Volgus are going to be triggered into action here, and that's because Vortex have pushed through the middle of the map. The BZs that we mentioned at the start of the round, they both managed to connect their shots there. Andrea just going to turn to try and get the last one. MV is on fire in his mouse, which is very unfortunate for him, but fantastic if you are Vortex, just going to make that mouse die all the sooner and not waste as much time. I think there's actually a missed shot there. Volgus still cleaning up on the K-line right now, and Vortex, they're kind of slow about pushing through the spawn.
And they're trying, but of course, you know, they're playing against not the easiest things to dig through the E5, holding in that hold-on position. The SCRV should be farming right now, though, from the middle of the map. Anton with a bad push gets picked up by Steve as well. Put down. IOS actually on 500 HP, needs to be careful as well, but he should be having a very, very good farm right now. For Volgus, it's about not throwing the game by making these bad peaks, these bad pushes, and not allowing the SCRV to do 10k.
Yeah, this is the mid-round where you need to just be clean with your moves across the map. You don't want it to get scrappy and allow Vortex to find a way back in. Volgus 4k HP up at the moment. They're up in guns as well. They've still got their EBR left alive. Alex in a compromised position. He was always going to go down. Nowhere else for him to go. And Miku just left with the sole responsibility of trying to hold back Sammy in his IS-7. But Sammy's not really too interested in pushing right now.
Yeah, Flamesong trying to reinforce F1. Dropped about 1,000 plus HP. Even dies for that as well. And Volgus seem to have done what is needed to turn this whole match upside down. Was 2-0, will be most likely 2-2.
It's definitely heading that way, but I suspect that we might have quite some minutes to go before we get to that conclusion, because despite the fact that they are now about 6,000 HP, maybe even 7,000 HP down for Vortex, they are just going to stall it out for at least a little bit for those all-important tiebreaker rules. Miku is actually forced to run away deeper into his spawn because he has no one left to support him apart from Yoz in the middle of the map in his STRV. But these remaining BZs, like Itox, they're all kind of stuck here and they don't really have the support of their team. And it's only a matter of time before Volgus go in for the killing blow. Unique over-peaking in his 60 TP. I think that was actually a missed shot there. They do need to make sure that they're efficient with their shooting here, because if they don't connect those shots in the 60 TPs, they don't have the greatest DPM. Kiyaklu misses a shot in the 60 TP. That means Itox is going to survive for another one.
It's still though, Moff. It's 2,000 HP versus 10k for Volgus. They're not doing the greatest.
I got lost in the sauce for a moment there. Yeah. I started delivering the fake hype, but
yeah, there's
in the end,
and you're just like picking up the pieces, huh?
Yeah, but in the end, they have just so much HP that even if they were inefficient with those trades, it just doesn't matter, right? And it's just going to be the last remaining tanks for Vortex. Miku probably going to be the last one alive. Maybe Jackie. He's found an interesting bush.
I mean, he might survive for a while, but at the end of the day, what matters the most for Volgus is that they picked up 2 rounds of Sand River, and for Vortex, you know, we said Volgus would be a good test, and Vortex is being
more than a
tested.
good test right now.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I expected, though, from the pre-match. I thought Vortex would be the better team, but I think mistakes have come in that are going to cost them, and the game is becoming scrappy. And credit to Volgus, they've done a great job to claw back what was initially that disastrous 2-0 on Highway.
Started off, I think there was the 60Ps moving to the outside were a bit too early, and I think maybe they were supposed to stay behind with 2, and you saw Klurf pull back, and they lost a full 60P for that.
Yeah, they did. Klurf just went down. Seems like there was possibly some miscommunication going on there, and I don't know. It just felt like everywhere that Vortex wanted to push, they just got completely shut down. They did pick off Envy in that mouse in the middle. He got set on fire, which was all well and good, but in the end, it always comes back to the fact that the base 1, the eastern spawn positions, the defensive hold that they can have in their spawn, it's just very difficult to overcome unless you're well coordinated.
Kuning coming top, 5.3. Nothing to stand out here, but yeah, that south was definitely not played as well as it could, because, you know, you lose the 60p, then the second guy is alone, he kind of just dies. I don't know.
I think MV doing 4k before he died was somewhat notable. Klurf, also notable for the wrong reasons. Not able to connect or do a single shot of damage. Can we really blame him for that, though? Because perhaps it's the case that he was ordered to reverse by the caller or someone else in the team, and unfortunately for him, he was the poor soul who had to do it, or was chosen.
So, the map that we said, or you said was going to be the difference maker, will be the difference maker. Or not.
Or not.
Or not.
It could be 4-2 to one of the teams, or it could just go 1-1. Those are the 3 possibilities. It was picked by Volgus, for what that's worth. I don't really know. What do you expect from either of the teams?
a lot. 15 tanks.
High expectations.
Huge expectations, actually.
What I do know for sure is there will be almost certainly double mouse from both teams. That just seems to be the standard pick every time on this map now.
What a great prediction, Mov.
Thank you.
If only your predictions for the scores were as...
Wait, hey, we're both still on right now. You know. We can throw shade when the prophecy comes true, you know.
Right. So when you get another prediction wrong, then we can throw shade?
Then we can throw shade.
Alright.
I say I'll throw shade at myself. Brilliant.
No, Phil will do it as well, don't worry.
No, feels nice like that.
No, he isn't. Let me tell you, I've got the
You think Phil's one of those fake nice guys?
Yeah, basically. You know, he's been talking some about your predictions. Anyways, lineups: Prokhorovka, Volgas, 1 EBR, 1 SRV, 197, 1 CS, 60p, and the rest IS7s.
Meanwhile, Vortex are going with that trusty double mouse. They've got double STRV, double EBR, then all IS7s. 9 IS7s in total. I think they want to push. That would be my guess. Crazy, I know.
You think they'll push even with 1 EBR? It doesn't look like it, to be honest.
No. Vortex. Oh. Did I say Volgas again? The V's, the V's in the names.
The V's? I don't know. Yeah, but with 1 EBR, I feel like Volgas is kind of forced to push at some point.
Maybe. I mean, if you look at the way they're set up, they look like they've got little battle groups across the map, which looks like they have intention to push. And that might be disastrous, because Vortex have double STRV, and they are pushing. They are indeed pushing. Kayaklu and Unique spotted out early on. The damage is somewhat significant on towards Kayaklu, down towards half HP, just for taking the bowl. Not even the full push right now. And Kayaklu is going to be pinging the map right now, spamming all over the place. There's tanks here, there's guys there, they're everywhere.
Now the I-7s are coming on the 6 line though. The 1-2 was just a bait, trying to figure out some information. These guys are going to have need to have some tremendous spin ratios when they push over that double mouse in the middle of the map.
Yeah, so much HP on like...
Okay, they're continuing over the rails.
Oh, they're going over towards the other side. That's really uncommon, and I think this is probably over. They changed their mind. Back up, and they're switching rails again, so they've just allowed themselves to get farmed by the guys from the hill, and now they're driving into the crossfire from the other side of the map, and they're bouncing shots, and Like is still alive, and the HP is dwindling massively in favor of Vortex.
Itox finds another kill on YMI, spotted. Sami will put Like in the grave, and now Ramadik and MV getting chased down by the repush from the hill. Vortex really had everybody in all the right places to deal with this. 1-2 line push, immediately punished. Over the rails, immediately punished. And you can see Volgas panicking then, oh no, we have to go back over. They do that, but it's so costly. And as a result, they're probably going to end up losing this game rather quickly.
Yeah, the chances are definitely dwindling, and poor Ramadik is just left to rot in the hole. They don't even care. He's just 10 HP IS7. What are you even going to do at this point? They're just going to keep marching on across the map and pick apart the remaining pieces of this Volgas team, the ones that were not sent into the death trap of the push. This did not look pretty.
Indeed, it did not look very pretty. And for Vortex, it was their initial setup was perfect to deal with any push ride. So they're probably very happy with that. There was nothing that Volgas could have done with the way that they opened that would have made a big difference. So good job for Vortex. It was a pretty simple round though.
I think we could say that even if Volgas just went straight over through the 6 line in the first place, even then it probably wouldn't have gone too well. Like you said, Vortex were just set up in all the perfect positions. It's almost like they knew exactly what was going to happen. They were just sitting patiently, just waiting. And despite the fact that Volgas were on the defense, They were the ones that felt the need to push.
I mean, they also had the 1 EBR in the pushing lineup, though. I think Vortex also saw that. This amount of i7s, no 279s, no Badgers, no nothing. It kind of screams we're gonna come for you.
But you see double STRV and you see double mouse and you think, yeah, let's just push straight over the middle and straight into their crossfire. I don't know.
Well, it happens, Moff.
Well, there does have to be a winner and there does have to be a loser, but that was not the most glamorous game of Water Tanks that we've ever watched, and that is going to put Vortex on towards match point, and I'd say in a commanding position. They do have the match point, but the way this game is gone, it could very easily go to tiebreaker.
It could indeed very, very easily go to tiebreaker, but we'll see. You'll see about that. Nonetheless, I mean, SCRV being top damage, no surprise, right?
No, not a surprise at all. Coma again, it's almost in vain the amount of damage that he's doing. STRV just required to pump it out every single time, but if the rest of the team collapses, it just doesn't matter. Synop's pen rate in that 907, not too pretty, but I don't think that even if they penned every single shot, it would have gone too much better for them.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
The crossfire is just so powerful with double STRV.
You need to almost push. The only way that they broke the initial setup would be to push over the hill. I think anything else was straight dead.
And by doing that, they would isolate. I think how many IS-7s was it in 1-2 from Vortex? Maybe like 4?
3 or 4.
3?
4.
Yeah, so that would have cut out roughly a third of the team.
But that's also knowing all the information. You know, hill push at the same time is also super hard because you can get spotted super early, especially with 2 BRs versus 1.
Yeah. I think what we're saying is it would have been an uphill battle no matter what Volgus decided to do in that game, and perhaps they felt compelled to push. They felt like they had to push because sometimes if you just sit back and you rest on your laurels on Prokhorovka as the defensive team, if you just give too much ground, you give too much space away, sometimes you can just feel your grip. You're losing your grip on the match.
Are they fully losing their grip? We will see. Potentially the last game, if the majority of the predictions were right, then this would be the last one. Did you say 3 rounds? You did, right?
I said tiebreaker.
Well,
you know, well. The conclusion that we always come to. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe.
My favorite part is when Moff then copes afterwards, like, they should have won this round. They really, really should have won this round. I would have had my prediction right.
It does happen. You know, you can't fight it.
Which round would it be now, Moff, that you would be like? Because so far, I don't think you got any of those rounds to really.
I don't think any of them really. To be honest, like I don't. Maybe you could say if everything was completely different, sure. But I think most of the rounds, the way they. I mean, actually, if you think about it, maybe Vortex should have won even cleaner because they kind of threw the Sand River game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that one, but that would be going the other way. That would be even more in favor of Vortex to win, like 4-1.
I'm kind of curious to see if Vortex is opting to play passive or not.
I don't think they will. I don't feel like they're a team that likes to camp. It's the TikTok generation. They just want to go, go, go.
Lineup, so Volgus, WBR, SRV, Mivi, 5 i7s, double can opener, and 4 60Ps.
Meanwhile, Vortex is a relatively unchanged lineup. Just 1 IS7 swapped for a mouse. So I think I'm right. I think they're more than likely going to push with that lineup. IS7 scream mashing the W key.
Let's see. Vortex gonna split again in the beginning. Triple I7 towards 1-2 line with an SRV. The rest starting on A6. And for Vulgus, it's a heavy middle presence to start off with.
Yeah, it's a lot of heavy armor making their way to the center of the map. Miku playing quite an aggressive bush, I would say, but it's still quite standard in D1. And MV and Jackie. Ooh, Jackie getting absolutely clapped. Where did that come from? The IS-7s just completely destroyed him, just barely alive.
Imagine getting owned by IS-7s from K8 or an EBR enough.
It's rough. But you know, they're setting up to aim for that all the way from the beginning of the game. It's always a fine line when you play your EBRs between aggression and calculated risk and suicide.
So when we can look at the setup now from Vortex, it is pretty passive though.
Yeah, the lineup of so many IS-7s, initially you would think that they want to push, but in actuality they're just in several different holdouts across the map, and you got maybe like 3 or 4 of them just sitting on A6 on the rails, and their main job, their priority will be to rotate, be the rotation force to support either side of the map, whichever one they see gets pressured.
Look at the rotation across the airline though. It's another triple IS-7 being sent to A6. Sami and Marash, I think one of them will be taking the hole now.
Yeah, and there's not going to be that much damage, just the one SDRV shot from Yoz, and maybe Sami suspects that there'll be more than that, but it is literally just the one tank covering the EBR in the one line right now.
I mean, Sami will also realize that the SRV is quite pushed up though.
Yeah, because he's shooting him from that high ground C1 position. He's not getting shot all the way from A1 behind all those knockdown trees. It seems like such a bait right now though, because Miku's so such an aggressive bush for an EBR normally, especially when you have so little support.
I just think that they haven't spotted most of the team though in the middle of the map.
They haven't spotted most of Vulgus?
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have so many IS-7s at A6 waiting for something.
Waiting for what is the question. MV just sitting in that bush in middle. If he wants to get cheeky, he can try and make something happen, but Itox is completely denying any sort of play through the 6th line, and that is the whole force. They're all going back towards the 1-2 line, and they're even pulling back the IS-7s that were on the 0 line, straight underneath the hill, and the second SDRV as well. This is a full team shift to the other side of the map.
Well, the mouse is also moving, and that is a little bit of info though. Itox now switching towards the mid is kind of some info for the side of Vulgus that something is happening here. Something is a foul, because why would the mouse be switching positions?
Mind games. But Itox, obviously a very experienced player at playing those German super heavies. He knows where he needs to be in order to not get immediately punished in the beginning of the round, and it is going to be a push from Vortex. It's a classic 1-2 line push, and Vulgus, they've got the SDRV in position, but he's quite advanced in J1 right now. Ideally, you'd want him to be normally in like K3, but are they going to dump on towards Sami and then push in through the 3 line? Sami is going to be the first target getting picked off. IS-7 shooting on the move though. Their accuracy and their hit rate is not ideal, but Sami is alone in this fight.
It's a good repush though. They find Sami, they're not losing that much HP for it. I mean, Sami will be able to do one more shot, and now Vulgus is with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to make a move. Flamestorm picks up the kill, and now you can see down 1-2 line come the IS-7, spotted already. Why am I spotted? Taking damage, bailing from it already. You can see how much damage he took in that IS-7. They're gonna opt to repush one more time, but you can already see Vortex doing the same thing with their group of IS-7s moving closer already as well for the secondary repush. Ios actually gets spotted and dies from the middle of the map, but Unique follows him to the grave for the side of Vortex. But here comes the repush from Vulgus. They don't have enough in the dip right now though. It's only Marash and Kajaklu, but you can see Vortex immediately reacting. They find Adi, but Kajaklu and Marash 100% dead in this one.
Yeah, they're very outnumbered in the hole right now, and once those IS-7s are in the dip, there's not really much that Coma can have to say about it, sniping away in that STRV. Yoz may have gone down yet again in that STRV, but ultimately it should still be okay for Vortex at the moment. Look at the EBRs though from Vulgus. They're pushing down the 1-2 line. They're going to try and find Miku in his lone EBR, and once that happens, there's going to be no 1-2 line support for the side of Vortex. They're going to be forced to push out of the hole, perhaps, otherwise they're going to get completely crossfired.
And the CBRs will be super annoying in the back, and it's all down to Ios dying in his STRVs. Signups will fall on the hill though against Steve, against Chucky, so there is that. These IS-7s currently in that bowl area, getting slowly but surely picked apart normally by the angles that are available. Steve will find a kill against Signups, but look at that, a triple Dark Steve and Glorf in quick succession combination. They're not really allowing the CBRs to do those back shots right now, which is kind of what they should be doing. I mean, even the Rishak from the back lines is farming, and good shooting there against that can opener. Yeah, it's actually Vortex who's closing the net on Vulgus. These IS-7s, they may all be stuck in this dip, but Isani, he only has so much DPM in that EBR, and the STRV of Coma cannot really get involved. The shots that you have on these hold down IS-7s, it's going to be very, very bad shots, and he does come closer to try and get an angle, but surely he's going to be spotted for doing this. I mean, depends where he's playing from. Yanes, though, minus 1.5 for that peak. Coma is now arriving. Maybe he can peek and go down. Peek and go down. Yanes actually
another kill.
Dead. Coma peeks now, finds the kill. Immediately gets shot back, though. Will re-peek again, needs to be careful. Misses that one on like. A shot missing in return. Whizzing past. And Vulgus somehow down a lot of HP here. Yeah, Coma, what he really realistically wants to do is just constantly get despotted and then only re-peek when he's not lit, but I don't think he really has the time to do that, because the rest of his team, Vulgus, you can see Francesca, Ramadik, Shelby, and Kunik, they've all been forced to just back off because now they're getting shot from the south of the map, from Steve, from Jackie, and there's not really anything that they can do about it. It's almost a stalemate where Coma is the only guy who can really do anything. He's now just split between multiple responsibilities. He's got to cover against the re-aggression in 1-2. He's got to farm Tarks in that IS-7. Tarks, if he can just get into the ditch in A3, that will lock down that part of the map. He does make it on 500 HP, but critically is still alive. Rishik is going to go with further reinforcements in that STRV, and Coma, it's just too much for him to handle, and he will fall. Like able to push out, not enough covering fire, and Like has just broken out of the hole. Yeah, together with Tarks, they make a two-pronged attack across, well, defensive attack across the A-line and out of the hole onto the STRV, finding Coma, deleting Coma, and Vulgus there, let it slip, but they are still trying. However, the guns are even, but it's the positions currently that are not. Steve from behind finds a kill on towards that 60p, and now Vulgus with 2 minutes and very bad tanks to close out this game. Yeah, and that's the important detail, right, is time. Time is an ally for Vortex right now, and there is a world in where Vulgus could pull their way back into this if they had more time on the clock to play with. MV doesn't really have any time to be allowed to work. Steve is running away from the south of the map to try and make it even harder for him to get killed. MV spins out though as he jumps over the rails. EBR racing practice is a little bit rusty from that one. He jumps back over the rails again, but all the while they're trying to waste this time killing Steve. It's going to knock off at least another minute on the clock. I mean, it's just going to be a kill on towards Steve, but it's a minute. I mean, Chucky's not going to fall against MV. He'll get D-spot and... Oh, okay. He does make it out. I was worried there for a second because he was doing it spotted, but Kunik falling, and on 1-2 line, there's certainly no way for Vulgus to find anything anymore, especially with that STRV of Rishek being very healthy and covering the back lines. I mean, Chucky will probably die here, but with 30 seconds left, it's going to be just a kill for the history books, but not one of real value. Yeah, Jackie just stalling out and hits on the move, the flick of the wrist on towards MV. It won't make a bit of difference to the outcome of this game, but some style points for sure there. And meanwhile, these EBRs, they tried to clean up on the 890 line, but they've lost the rest of their team. And there's definitely
definitely were possibilities for both of the teams to win that more cleanly.
For sure. But nonetheless, Moff, Vortex pick it up 4-2 over Vulgus. Their first match in this tournament together in the playoffs, and it is a successful one at that as well. 4-2 scoreline. They'll be moving on. They get to watch the rest of the matches and see who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah, playing the first game of the day is definitely much nicer. You don't have to wait for hours and hours for an undefined time because you don't know how long the matches are going to take. So being that first match of the day, you just get to kick back and relax after winning and enjoy the rest of the show, like doing almost 6k in his IS-7. Coma, again, pumping out decent damage in the STRV, but just not able to go above and beyond to try and save that game for Vulgus.
I mean, Coma did a good job, but it's like that when they were all stuck in the hole, they tried to peek and they lost so much HP for that when they already had the EBRs in the back line.
Yeah, I think
they needed another saying down 1-2 and suppress the 5 line and then somehow get Coma in like E1, for example, you know?
Yeah, I think they were just spread too thin. Like, Coma, really, you'd want to clone him and put another STRV in the 1 line, like you say. Advanced on the 1 line in like A3 or something, and then have Coma trying to chip away and farm.
I think they just need to take one of the heavies that overpeaked and basically died, down 1-2 itself, suppress those 5-line guys like the Mouse and the I7, get Coma in E1, and then he starts killing them all. He pushes them all to like the close part of the bowl, no?
Yeah, maybe. But another scrappy result where Vortex will come out on top. They take it 4-2. They'll advance into the next round in those semi-finals, where they will meet the winner of the next matchup of the day, which is Kylie against Aurora.
Kylie against Aurora is going to be an interesting one as well. An old name versus a new name. Aurora always, you know, they had their like small moments in the sun. They won, and then they were kind of felt like whatever, you know.
They had their 3 seconds of fame, and then they've kind of just dropped back into the shadows. They're still around, but it does seem like a Boomers versus Zoomers kind of match. Although Aurora, they've brought in new blood. They're always like recycling some new players in. Will that make that much of a difference? I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but maybe.
What do you think of the cracked against Motivatia game though? Because it's really hard to get any sort of assessment or understanding of how the NA teams are going to, particularly cracked. It's really hard to get an idea of how they're going to stack up against their opposition because you never get to play them. You never get to play the EU opposition.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, Cracked is a good team, but Motivatia, on a good day, I think just runs over it, is my feeling. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. I don't know about you. What did you predict for that match?
I went 4-1 Motivatia.
Oh, wow. So, you know, really looking forward to what Cracked is going to do. That is for later, though. When we come back, we're going to have Kylie versus Aurora, which is going to shape up to be a banger as well. But before that, we've got a little bit of replays. So when we come back, the action continues. Welcome back, gamers, to the AMD Clan Showdown, sponsored by AMD. Together we advance gaming. Moff, one game in the books, the second one up. We already talked a little bit on it. Kylie, the new force, Aurora, an old force. What do we expect from this? It's Ukraine versus Germany.
I think Ukraine's going to come out on top. That's what I think. And you know, Kylie, like you said, they haven't been around very long. They are the proverbial new kids on the block, so to speak. But they've already bagged a third place, a top 3, and a top 2. Aurora, by comparison, they've been around for a very long time. A lot of these players have been kicking about in various forms of some German superstar roster. This current form is a bit of a combination of the old and the new. Some new faces being filtered into their lineup, but community predictions, straight off the bat, bam, 85% for Kylie. No one really believes in Aurora.
I think that's fair. You know, I think that's fair.
It is fair.
It's just like, no, Aurora's had their time off.
Let the new generation come in.
Yeah, something like that.
I think the way I saw all of the quarterfinals, in my mind, it was every match is 75 to 25%. So Kylie is 75% favored, Vortex 75% favored, Motivati is 75% favored, and then the last one, 99 to 1, I think.
Map pick and bans. Prokhorovka being banned by Kylie, Cliff being banned by Aurora gives us Highway as very first map, just like in the previous matchup. Then after Highway, moving into Redshire, a newcomer to this one as well. And then, if we need to go that far, Himmels will be the third map with the tiebreaker on Liveoaks.
Yeah, if we get there, which is definitely a long way. One thing to note is that both of these teams are more than fine with camping if necessary, when it makes sense to do so. So these first 2 maps of Highway and Redshire, they could be quite slow burns.
Yeah, they could be very, very slow maps. And I think that's good for Aurora. They want to play a bit slower, no?
They do. And I also suspect that they like the idea of camping just because it means they get to play more cultured tanks rather than just IS-7 pushes the whole time. Predictions, no surprises. 4-1, 4-1, 4-2. Do you think Aurora's going to put up a bit more of a fight? Honestly, the 1 point I gave them, I think they're just going to win one round where they might camp. I know that's really harsh, but that's where my mind's at.
I mean, the maps are definitely potential for Aurora, because I expect some hard camps, you know?
Yeah, and if they can trade out the first 2 maps 1-for-1, who knows, then we go on to Himmelsdorf. But Himmelsdorf, whichever era of World of Tanks competition it is, when you go to Himmelsdorf, you're normally always favoring the team that's perceived to be better, right? Perceived to have more skill and more coordination.
I just don't see Aurora do anything aggressive, you know, like Highway, hard camp, Redshire, hard camp. They can't camp on
How many badges can we bring on this map? There's no Muravanka. There's no Muravanka in the pool, which maybe is a good thing. Not sure. Aurora's lineup though, they're going to be bringing double can opener, double E100, double MBT, double 279, triple 279, double 705A, a Hori, a T110E4, and double EVR. What do we think that Aurora is going to do based on this lineup, Daki?
Camp, no? The only thing is, like, why do they have 2 EBRs if they want to play like this?
Yeah, that's my thought as well. Because normally it's going to be 1 EBR while camping at most. But they feel like they need that extra spotting control within the spawn. Look at Mentos though, going hyper aggressive. We should have mentioned this before the game started, but Kylie, I think, definitely have 2 of the strongest EBR players that they could have. Dopadipa and Mentos. That is a formidable duo to have as your main EBR players.
Yeah, that's indeed not bad. That's definitely not bad to have. I mean, Mentos you know, on the W player playing with Kylie, but you know, I think they're already aware that it is just a full city. You know, Mentos now confirms the thought.
He's just spinning in circles like a fidget spinner, just reconfirming the positions the whole time. The whole squad's been spotted out by Aurora, so Kylie, they definitely know what's up.
Mentos goes all the way under. We'll get despotted there as well. Now the question is, how? Ooh, Paradise taking some damage. Needs to be careful on that ice, huh?
Yeah, that position where he is, if he doesn't leave it, then they can tuck in towards those buildings, and that position is compromised, and he knows that, which is why he's immediately leaving. Definitely the right timing to do so. If he stayed there for even like 10, maybe 20 seconds longer, he probably would have been dead.
Now, if you're Kylie and you have this lineup, what do you think is the best way to break open this camp?
Well, I think the weakness for Aurora, as strong as the city hold is, because you've committed down here with double E100, double 705A, 279, that's 5 tanks which are very slow, right? So it's very hard for them to move across the map and rotate once they're already entrenched in these positions. So I think the key for Kylie, if they can, will be to try and figure out where Alexandros is, and he has actually knocked a couple of trees, so it might be, they might think, oh no, but they find him immediately. First shot connected by Dopadipa. I said the trees were knocked, so they should have an idea if they're paying attention as to where he could be, but sometimes it can be a bait, right?
Yeah, for sure, but you know, he's going to back off from it. He gets spotted as well, so they confirm the fact that they blind fired him a little bit, and as a result of that, you know, pretty good stuff here. For
what do you make of the MBT pick?
I don't like it. I mean, if you hit both of your clips, sure, right? If you actually hit
2.4k damage for 10.
If on the ranges that they're shooting, I expect them to hit like 2, maybe.
Yeah, the gun handling of the MBT it's not bad, but it's not amazing either. And you would imagine that they're running HP and possibly turbo as well, which compromises your gun handling even further, right? He's repositioned now, Alexandros, into a new bush in his EVR. More passive.
Nice. Huge. No, but what do you do if you're Kylie? What is your way to break? Because it looks like they want to go over K-line. Paradise is controlling Leon, right? So he's not spotting. And you see more and more tanks being pulled towards the K-line.
He's HEing his tracks as well, just to stop him from peeking the whole time. So Leon cannot actually acquire any info. I was thinking that maybe if you just ignore this stronghold that Aurora have in the south with all these super heavies, maybe you can just cause them to be exposed because they will have to rotate back towards the north. But it looks like Kylie definitely want to push straight in towards it, which is why they've got the whole gang grouped up here. They're not going to get spotted until they're right on top of Leon either, and the rest of Aurora is very far away.
And this is a good push though. Like, how much is there? 5 tanks, right? 279, W100, and then...
And they're all disconnected as well.
Yeah.
They can't really support each other reliably.
And they're taking a good padding. Look at these mouses even getting up, unspotted, going in between the buildings as well. This is a very, very good approach from Kylie. Look at that, look at that. Look how far they're getting without being spotted.
Yeah, they're going to jump right on top of Leon before he even knows what's happening. But he might have a suspicion, because why would Paradise willingly trade it out with him in his IS-7? The jig is up though. Fairly does eventually get the information. They realize what's happening, but are they going to be able to react in time? There is significant shots and Excellence is on fire, which is not ideal, but they're still going to be able to trade out Leon.
Yeah, they're going to trade out Leon, but you know, he's going to die rather quickly. Now the rest of the team from Aurora is starting to scramble back into position, and you can see that Kylie wants to continue. They want to find more than just the singular 279. Baron being punished pretty heavily as well, but those are good tanks to hold those positions though. Baron and Magnus in those 705 A's. I mean, that's the kind of tank you want to be there.
Yeah, that stuff is nasty to push into. Those side-scraping 705s is very powerful, but they're going to be jumped upon now by more guns than they can handle. They don't have the DPM to sustain this firepower, so Aurora, they need to come back in with the rest of their guns to support them, otherwise they're just going to lose 3 tanks for free.
Magnus now in that 705A. It's a good time to side-scrape, less good when you're getting pushed, and Kylie doing a good job at eliminating guns and keeping theirs alive. I said on 17 HP, but he's still in the fight as well. And now Aurora needs to start finding some of those kills. Like, sure, they have an HP advantage, but that will turn quickly if the guns from Kylie are allowed to continue picking off gun after gun after gun.
Yeah, the EBR fight could be very important right now. We've got a 2v2, and Dopa Deepa and Mentos are actually coming off worse in the trades right now. Dopa is a one-shot in his EBR, and the factor of Aurora have actually pressured them away from their spawn. That's going to relieve some of the pressure for the rest of the heavy tank force, and they are slowly getting picked off in the city right now, but technically Aurora is still up in HP. But look at how awkward the positioning is. They're all trying to drive through this little choke point in that MBT. Link wants to go forwards, Old Kings wants to go back.
Fairy's still holding the angle with that E100. Templeton and Squeezy playing against him. A good shooting there from those Kylie guns in that E100. Yeah, slowly but surely getting peppered through. And the MBTB is not very useful in this, I would say. Old King's taking a face full now as well. And that HP lead we were talking about, it's gone. And you can see Kylie's angles are very, very annoying to deal with if you're Aurora. They're just left, right, and anywhere. And that EBR fight you were talking about has been eliminated as well. As you can see, Paradise and Lankak here supporting those EBRs, and if anything, starting to take away the base from Aurora.
Yeah, Lankak is now spotted pushing through the A line in his 260, and there's not really anyone to stop him from doing so. It's just Timmy in his full HP 279 being the bodyguard, the chaperone for the EBRs as they try to protect their spawn control. The HP has been equalized now, so that early trade deficit that Kylie went into to pick off those guns, they've managed to equalize it once more. Alex has gone back into a bush to try and spot the cap, but here comes a push from Kylie. They're going all in to find the kill, but another fire on towards Templeton in his 260. Is he going to burn to a crisp down to a one-shot? Aladdin has actually been bypassed altogether, and this push from Kylie is not going their way.
No, this quick push here is absolutely not working out for them. They lose a lot for that. The MBT is actually useful in that kind of scenario, though. I think they get to unload their clip and actually contribute, and Aurora is holding on after all, and I think Sabo will deal with this 260 as well, even putting out the double. And yeah, Moff, for your prediction, things are looking rather dire already.
Well, there's plenty of rounds to go, so we'll see what happens when we get there. But in the end, pushing straight into the lion's mouth, just straight into all of those super heavies in the south, was the downfall of Kylie in this matchup.
Kylie are not able to find... They started off so well, though.
They had a 268. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, they did.
It did start off very well, like you mentioned. They killed Leon, but the trades the whole time that was going on, the 705As, the E100s, they were able to just slow them down and just grind them to a halt.
And as a result, Aurora wins the first round. Not expected, actually, at all, but... No.
I really feel like there's a missed opportunity. I mean, Kylie would know better than me, but maybe pushing into all those super heavies in the south, like, I feel like there's a better way to exploit the disadvantages that you have when your opponent brings those sort of tanks. You can make them scream, and they've stretched them across the map, and they've got to drive. If they've got to drive around more, they're super slow. It's very difficult for them to come back into the game and support their own spawn. I mean, can you imagine retaking your spawn with 705As and Mouse or E100? It just doesn't happen, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
The MBTs didn't really do anything.
No, they didn't. No, I mean...
They had zero impact. But for the culture, we appreciate.
I mean, if you get pushed straight, then maybe it's good, but I don't know, bro.
I think even then, wouldn't you prefer a T57 or a 50B, rather?
I mean, I would.
Aurora see it differently. I mean, the burst fire, it's powerful, but because of the fact that you have two shells interlocked into one, you have to be really deliberate with how you peek against an enemy. You can't really afford to just waste one shot in the clip.
And if Thingy didn't push in, even if Kylie didn't push in, those MBTs would have been completely useful at every given point.
Yeah, but I think at that point Kylie felt like they had to do something because they weren't really winning the base. The EBRs actually, we mentioned Mentos and Dopadipa. Credit to the Aurora EBRs, they didn't get completely outplayed. They were able to just make the fight a stalemate, and when you're the defending team, essentially that's all you need to do. You don't actually need to win the fight, you just need to stop them from being able to take your spawn.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's more things taken under like 5-6 line at some point would have, I think, put Aurora in the coffin, but they were already very low as well, though, from the Kylie side. I don't know if they had anything left to really do that. They tried this A line, which also didn't do much.
Yeah, they sent Unquack all the way through the A line on kind of a solo quest, and in the end, it was just HP that was kind of out of the game, right? Possibly would have been more useful in the center of town. But now I pose the question, if we swap sides, Aurora on the attack, what do we think?
I mean, they probably offered Kylie to swap sides and play defense again.
Yeah, they might try and trick them to say, no, it's our turn to defend. It's our turn to defend. Actually, sorry, no, the defending side is the southwestern spawn, guys, don't you know? The defending side is southwest.
You think that's gonna work? I mean, they could try.
I mean, I have known like moments in tournaments where teams have actually just forgotten that they were attacking or defending, and they just sat there waiting for their opponent to make a move, and they had no idea that they were supposed to be the ones taking the initiative.
I mean, I think Aurora will be taking it slow. I don't know if Kylie will be driving towards the city. They could. But we saw already a team driving towards 1-2 line and how badly it worked.
Yeah, the 1-2 line, it doesn't really... I don't think I've seen many occasions where it's worked out, and it's definitely a risk that you're taking. The safer option is always to just play for that 8-9-0 line, and Kylie are a good team, but they're also smart, so they will always pick what is their best option of winning the round. So I would expect them to just play 8-9-0.
We haven't seen any very successful breaks at it, though. If you were the field commander, Moff, how would you break
No,
it?
do not put me in that hot seat.
Come on, man. Imagine. I mean,
let's compare accolades, right? I think that I should be the one interviewing you with that question. How would you break?
You see, that's the thing. I asked the question.
Okay. No, I'm not even going to take a gander at that. I'm not going to take a gander. I know what you should do though. You should either destroy all enemy vehicles or capture the enemy base. That would win the game.
It's not because Kihan isn't here because he's on vacation again that you gotta be.
I've got to fill in the slot.
It's just like
somebody has to step up to the plate.
What? There's not big shoes to step in. You know, it's more like flip flops.
Maybe, but it's easily done. Slip them on, slip them off.
Still dodging the question though. What do you like more, this K line push or this A D line push?
I mean, it depends how your opponent is set up.
Not depends. You have to give an answer. You gotta pick something.
If everything was completely different, it would work.
In a hypothetical world, Moff, everything works. But in this world, you gotta pick one or the other. Since you're not willing to come up with your own strategy.
Well, the teams will have to come up with that for themselves. Kylie going to be coming in with 5 IS7s, triple 260, triple 279, an E5, STRV, and double EBR.
Aurora in return, W100, double 60p, double 260, an E4, a whole re, rest 279s with double EBR.
Doesn't look like a camp lineup from Kylie, does it? I mean, they could still very well play for... could still very well play for 8-9-0 with this, but It doesn't look like that to me. But then what do I know? I'm a question dodger.
You are a question dodger, though. This is true. You're also a Q dodger, for that matter.
Oh, oh, you're gonna... Okay. You're gonna go pop off on me for not signing up for the Onslaught Face It Pro League.
Yeah. Seems to be a restart, though.
Well, you know, I'm not a pro, so I technically shouldn't be allowed to sign up for it, you know? But we will have a restart. Probably just one of the players crashing. That would be my guess. So everyone just halts their tanks, they go back to the garage, and then we go again. More time to dissect Kylie's lineup.
More time for Moff to come up with a strategy.
Dissect. I don't think it is 890 lineup. I don't think it is. Like with that, he got 3279s. I feel like they'll play for 1-2, and then they have like 3279s to hold those positions around the bridge in spawn. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that could be the case, and then you've got the STRV and Squeezy in the E5 to sort of pivot and snipe away at all the different positions. It would be interesting if they do try to play aggressive 1-2, because it hasn't been that successful.
Aurora's Aurora's attacking lineup is very defensive, though, if you think about it.
Very passive.
I mean, it was an E4. It was an E4, a Hori, WBR, some 60Ps to 60s, but a lot of 279s.
And W100 as well.
Yeah, so they could go city, but like realistically, though, when they move towards the city,
they're just going to lose the rest of the map, surely.
And even if they would go to the city and Kylie goes to the city, Kylie's already established every single position before Aurora comes close with the 279s.
Yeah. And there's the key difference. It's a very different thing to hold with your super heavies, your German super heavies, these slow, heavily armored tanks. It's a very different thing to hold in crossfire angles with those kind of tanks versus pushing exposed in the open in front of tanks that are crossfiring you and have higher DPM as well.
For sure. So, I mean, I think Aurora will just be very passive in the beginning. You know, not moving really out of the base. Moving towards 1-2, moving towards the K line, but not really committing to either too aggressively. How do you think Kihan feels right now? You know, I was just thinking about it, sipping cocktails on the beach.
Don't know. I wonder if he has. Wonder if he's watching us right now. Whether he has the connection by the bay. Maybe, maybe not. I'm sure he's happy with me being in the hot seat next to you, rather than the other way around.
I'm not even asking so many hard questions.
No, but that's impossible. The illusion is supposed to be I have to pretend like I know what I'm talking about.
You're saying you don't know what you're talking about?
Well, maybe.
Now we're really getting to the core of the problem here. The Q dodger, bad predictions, clueless apparently as well.
Literally clueless. Maybe I should join Ian 11. My British go after
Ian
all.
11.
Maybe I could learn something from him. And then
you know what? Ian is very dedicated. At least you know when it comes to 15v15 content, there's no man.
Always there.
He's always
there.
No, but not in the playoffs because he's not good enough for that. But
okay, he's always got the daily upload.
Exactly. You know, like if only he could transfer all that knowledge into actually making it into the Clan Showdown, it'd be amazing, right? It would be like the.
I think who did he play with? I think he played with Goldfish this time.
Was he in Goldfish?
Or maybe he was in Pandora. I don't know.
Pandora.
Goldfish was.
I can go check for you if you want.
Goldfish
was really sad that they didn't make it. They beat Motivatia. They I think it was like one round. No, it was that cliff round they lost against Motivatia in group stage that they should have won. That they actually really threw. That cost them being in to the playoffs, and they were looking pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah. And that's happened to them a couple times. They're this team that...
I mean, it's especially hard for them this time because the group stage only 2 teams go through, and before it was 3.
Yeah. They were put in that group of death along with the top 2 Ukrainian teams of Kylie and Motivatia. But it looks like, hopefully, we're going to be going back into this matchup. Of course, I don't think the teams are actually allowed to change.
No,
their
they're not allowed to
lineups,
change lineups.
Yeah, it's a rule that's like sometimes I forget because in Onslaught.
You were
of course,
right. He was with Pandora. No wonder they lost.
Just another quick cheap shot at my goat Ian 11 there. I'm sorry, Ian. I had to deflect. I was being put under too much pressure. But Aurora, as you said, they're going all the way towards that city. Just the Ho-Ri going to be sniping and spawn, trying to cover Alexandros. But Alexandros is not going aggressive at all, and I think that's the right thing to do. We said already, doing the spotting run in C1, trying to get the early info as whether your opponent is playing field is very, very dangerous game to play, and you just know the sharks lurking in the water of Dopa and Mentos. That's a powerful, probably an HE shot high roll from one of the EBRs.
Yeah, it's 575, so like, how much of a high roll is that? Like 17.5%?
Yeah, it's, I think, maybe close to max roll, possibly.
I mean, the HE is 500 alpha, no?
Yeah, 500 alpha.
So it's like, what, 625 max?
Let's not go into maths as well. We're touching on many...
I mean, let me bust out the calculator, man. 500 times 1.25. 625, actually, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Unbelievable, I had it right.
He can do it all.
Yeah.
He can do it all. He's
wow,
a man of many talents.
I can do basic maths. That makes me the most intelligent streamer out there.
Yeah, you know, maths was a waste of time in school. You always had the calculator, the phone in your pocket to solve all the problems. But look at what Mentos is doing. It's quite interesting. But he's spotted for this, so if he chooses to stay here, is he permalit and he doesn't realize it?
Apparently.
No, he's just gone delit. But they know he's there, though.
And I think Yolo also knows that there's not much more in the city.
Yeah, he was spotting that cross early on in the round, and actually quite an interesting game of Highway is unfolding compared to normal. We just see 890 camps from the defending side. But not only did Kylie, they cleared out the field initially, but then they just backed up towards the spawn, and they've got everyone just sitting there. They only left 1279 to spot and hold, and maybe sell the bait that there's more here than there actually is, and one i7 as well. But you're right, Aurora, they're quite happy to play this slow. They are not moving a muscle in the city, and they're not moving a muscle in their spawn either.
Are you surprised?
No. But it's also, you know, when you get a split map like this, it can be awkward to figure out what the right move to do is. I would like to see them maybe...
The problem will be time. Like, let's say those 227N from J5 drive all the way back to base. It's going to take them at least a minute, I think, to get towards Sabo and Link, because they still have to drive up the slope, which will take the longest amount of time. And then they will need to group, they will need to push down 1-2, which is like another minute. Then you're down to 5 minutes. And then you still have to drive all the way back, all the way through, because you can't really rotate back anymore, because that's another minute at least to go back. So you'd be 4 minutes before you even get close to the city, and then you just lose, right? Because there's no time. Unless they're in front of you, there's no time. So, like, if Kylie plays it smart here, and I think they are playing for that kind of defense, right, where the 279 and Day 1 will die, but you waste 2 minutes.
Another minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes, and then you repush the city.
And it all comes down to that magic, like that last 4 minutes. If you don't make your final push before sort of 3-4 minutes, then you're in some serious trouble.
It's like with Volgas, you know, like I think for Kylie, they will just keep falling back to defensive positions, but
they're doing it in a more
without losing as
way, where they're not trading as many guns. Like, at the most, they're going to lose Evil and Paradise. And Paradise could maybe even do something weird where he runs away
under the bridge.
But they have actually pressured in the city as well. They've moved up those E100s. And look how deep Mentos is in the city. He's actually... He's being quite cheeky with it. He's very committed there. Dopa Deepa is now doing the spotting run. And this push does get lit pretty much at the perfect timing. And now Evil, even in the 279, is even running away. So literally the only gun that Aurora could pick up from this field pressure is the one IS-7, who even then is going to be difficult to kill.
he goes D-spotted, they can kill him from the city, but if he goes D-spotted there, it will be annoying for them. And now you can see the city repush. And about timings, we're about right? 5 minutes is when they...
The 279s are making that trek back, but they're going to be so
it's
slow.
a minute at least again.
Yeah, 279s and the 60 TPs, and you just know those Russian heavies are just going to be zooming through the city, and they're going to get there way before any of Aurora does. So those Aurora guys, they're going to have to try and hang on. And even in that case, Kylie could technically just pump the brakes and just sit as they are.
They will pressure up in the city, I think, and hold. It's like a defense with cutting your losses. You know, you lose the I-7. Oh, well, anyways, so be it. He dies. But it's the time, man. It just takes so long to make these rotations. I mean, now you can even see Dopadipa. It's just gathering some information on the 1, 2, 3, 4 line, trying to see like what's actually happening here. They're not pushing through it, so that gives information as well. And I think now they know that it's going to be a city push from Aurora, and they really do have most of their things there. They don't have the deep positions, but Aurora will not have time to clear everything slow and methodically. The 279s are arriving now, but in the next 20 seconds, and that's like 3 minutes. And a bit
and they've still got the entire HP of the whole of Kylie to go through, and we said it's the magic sort of 3-4 minutes. They're cutting it very, very fine. Baron is now driving across the open. He realizes what's happening. He realizes there's no one here to stop him from pushing through the open. In the forest, it's literally just the EBR covering the bait of the IS-7, and Aurora, they're going to have to group up and go for it. They're going to have to bite the bullet and push in.
They don't really have a choice, and normally speaking, Kylie should be ready for this. And Kylie is actually retreating once more. They're playing the cutting your losses game again, kinda.
Yeah, but the difference between when Volgus did it in that previous round and when Kylie's doing it, there's much less time on the clock for one thing, and they have way more HP remaining than Volgus did in that previous match.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like what they're doing now. I think it kind of makes sense, to be honest. They realize they're going to repush a zero line and just establish there with 3 minutes left. It's tough, though. Like, when you start cutting your losses this hard, it is going to be tough to hold on.
Yeah. You're playing to not lose rather than playing to win by doing this, but there's just so much HP to go through. And Dopadipa is still being aggressive in A6, just reconfirming once again that there's only just the 279s in the field at the moment, which is really not much of a threat.
It's the ultimate cutting your losses game. They might even repush A-line at some point, to be honest, like a breakout push, while they all fall back into zero line to sit safe. I don't know. They're actually just going to try and like kill EBRs, stop them from... Ooh, that's bad.
It is definitely bad, and there he goes. He's gone, and you almost say that Kylie are inviting more pressure than was really necessary for them to deal with, but there's 2 minutes left on the clock. It's Aurora who have to make the move.
Aurora would love to get on that gap somehow. It would create so much pressure. Evil goes down. It's 7,000 down now for Kylie. Maybe cutting your losses has been a little bit too extreme for them. Too many pullbacks. The cap does get sighted by the 279. I said, hell and God are really in trouble there on those positions. Can't really do much from it. Getting over peep, getting blasted. Alex dies in the EBR, so that's one of them down. 1 minute 40 now, still 17,000 HP remaining for Kylie, but it will be very, very hard to hold on, especially with full HP 279s on the cap as well.
Yeah, there's just so much HP that Kylie had, and it's just being shredded through. Aurora are not stopping. They are relentless. They are just charging forwards. They've got the cap going on at the same time, but no one in Kylie is going to be able to even think about doing that. They're just completely surrounded in a corner, in a dip, in the middle of nowhere. They definitely committed way too hard to this turtling strategy, and Aurora they've just ran into a just ultimate perfect situation. They just can't believe their luck. They've just basically rolled up and over their opponent in the space of about 2 minutes.
Aurora actually make it 2-0 Moth,
which you don't need to tell me what that means.
I mean, my predictions in shambles as well at this point. You know, I need them to win four straight. It's looking unlikely. Highway, not a good map from Kylie. I like the initial cutting your losses part, but then the pullback from zero line was very...
Especially when there wasn't really any pressure in the field by Aurora. It's not like they actually needed that many guns back into their own spawn to protect it, right?
I think it's pushing through JK line while at the same time send tanks back. Like you have to clear what's in front of you.
Yeah, and it's just too much of a gamble, isn't it, to go that far back? If it was, if it's a different map, then you can possibly get away with that. But when you go fully into the corner like that, you just give up so much positional control of the map, and it didn't matter how much HP Kylie had remaining. It doesn't matter how much HP you have left if you're basically just Aurora shooting fish in a barrel. You're just completely in the open, exposed to like 10 guns at once in a crossfire.
I mean, good stuff there from Scatter. Top damage. Yeah, the last pullback was too much.
I just think Aurora just like completely dazed and confused by what's just happened. Like, it's like the most free win that they could ever have hoped for. The way it looked at that in that end game scenario, so strange. I still can't understand why they felt the need to turtle when there was just no pressure. There was barely any pressure coming from the field. It was what, 2-2-7-9s isolated by themselves. Maybe they felt. Maybe because... were they already turtling before Dopa Deepa died? Did they already make that call?
Yes.
So it wasn't even that came into their consideration. Anyway, the tables have definitely been turned on their heads in this matchup. We did not expect Aurora to come out swinging. It's still just so strange the way they won. They took both rounds on Highway. They're up 2-0. We're going to be going on to Redshire, which is actually Aurora's pick. They didn't even pick into Highway. And Redshire, surely they're going to pick up maybe one round here at least, which would put them on match point, and Kylie are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, if Aurora wins one more round, it's definitely trouble. And now Aurora could turtle very hard on Redshire. This is actually a really cool angle.
Yeah, I haven't seen...
this clip
Aurora's... We haven't seen... well, I haven't seen that either. But what I was going to say is I haven't seen much of like full turtle on Redshire, because this map has only recently come back into the competitive pool for 15v15. I think it was trialed in a community event organized by Svitman, the Joust event, and Redshire was a map that was played in that, and apparently it was deemed good enough to be put back into the pool, but I know that there's some grumblings among certain players that really don't want to play this map.
Well, we'll see how it plays out here for Aurora and Kylie.
Who starts on the defense?
That's a good question, Moff.
And if you had the choice, would you rather attack first or defend first? Because we know the defending side... Yeah, but the defending side, North Spawn, it's so weak.
Oh wait, no, attack.
So you rather attack from the South Spawn first?
Yeah.
I think it's the sort of natural lay of the land on the map, the way that it's shaped. It just gives the South team a sort of natural advantage. They can just secure more parts of the map more easily without having to trade as much.
Lineups though. Kylie, 1 EBR, triple E5, SRV, 2279, can opener, and rest is I7.
Meanwhile, Aurora going with a 279, double Type 71, double STRV, double EBR, then they've got triple IS7, and they've got triple 260, and double 279. Sorry, 3 279s.
I mean, Kylie gets to attack first at least, which is the advantage here, right?
Yeah, you would imagine so, given the advantages of the southern spawn. We've got double EBR going up against Dopa Deepa in the 2 versus 1, and he has to, sometimes you got to go aggressive in that EBR to actually get the information you want, but he's actually wise to it because he knows that there's double EBR. There's no fog of war. He knows there's double EBR on the opposite opposing team, but he can't help himself. He goes back in for another peek and loses about a third of his HP there. So not what Aurora wanted. They would have loved if they could just pick up that EBR. That would have put them in a great spot playing from this spawn, but Dopa staying alive is the most important thing. I think the problem is, though, that he's not actually been able to get the info that he wants. Never mind, he's poking up over the ridgeline, and he does manage to get that spot. And he spots the whole gang, really. The IS-7s and the 260s pushing up.
I think Aurora is just establishing, though. I don't think they're really going to be pushing through here, right? It's just a holding force, no?
Yeah, and that's indicated by the fact the Type 71s aren't really going with them either. And based on how Kylie is set up, you see all those IS-7s in the top left-hand screen. If they did push in, it looks like they want to. Surely not. That doesn't seem like a good idea. If they're just going to go for the hold down, maybe it'll be alright, but very, very risky game being played out here. Are Kylie just going to repush them immediately? Because I'm not sure that they can. Link, are they actually safe there?
No.
I'm not sure.
Not fully.
Well, they're just going to make a shield. Link is the sacrifice, and that's going to allow Albert to hold down the fort in that position, and he should be safe.
For now, because here comes the repush from Kylie. They gotta be careful though, because there is a lot of Aurora tanks that just came to reinforce. That's that double Type 71 by Philly and Sabo. Those are some very, very high DPM tanks. And now Aurora pulling the trigger themselves once more down the 0 line. Loop trying to pull back. Gold is definitely dead, but will provide a shield potentially for his teammate. Loop finds Baron. It's now 4-on-2. Still crossfire coming in from the back lines. Kylie in this position wants to hold on. Albert, all kings behind each other. Katja, Leon. They should have angles here on Loop, to be honest. From all these positions, there surely is numerous shots on towards that IS-7. They are finding it as well, and Aurora is going to lose too, but so is Kylie.
Yeah, and remember, Aurora is the defending team, so as long as they can waste more time, that's only going to be going in their favor. And look, he may die slowly, but eventually... Not that slowly. Eventually he will go down. I don't think that the way the terrain is angled there, that they can probably even shoot into the roof of his IS-7, which is vulnerable, and he will fall. So that repush from Kylie not working out. They do manage to get 3 kills to 2. Which is
5
good,
line is super exposed right now. The 4-5 line is super exposed for Kylie. There's nobody there from Aurora to take it, but under now would be very potent.
But who are they going to take that with? And there is no one to do that.
But it's very exposed.
Could be a problem area later on in the game, but the EBRs right now are all in a stalemate. The whole match is kind of in a stalemate. Kylie are just poking and prodding. Paradise just trying to see
one more repush on 0 line?
Get.
It looks like one more repush on 0 line. Because Squeezy's arriving now as well. Hell is...
They're having a think about it.
Well, they're definitely considering it. And this is the problem. Like, 4-5 line is so open but not used by Aurora. Paradise can just peek this for free. Excellence can start peeking this for free as well. Well, for free is a big word when they get blasted, but you see that they're able to make those peaks.
Yeah, they're not getting punished for it, like you say. There are a couple shots coming in. The Type 71s have probably repositioned and changed their angle to make it more problematic. The Type 71s really are the key here. They have to support their teammates here, otherwise this whole setup just collapses. Aurora are actually moving forwards with the 279s in the castle area, perhaps looking to get...
I mean, the thing is that SRV is in so much trouble because, you know, 1-2 line is open to him. He's tracked as well. He's held. He will go D-spotted probably. When he does, he'll be able to pull back, but still, I'd even send an SRV on the 4 line now.
Yeah, and they're just being pressured back, but now the repush comes in. It's what we thought from Kylie, but Squeezy taking the initial damage is not ideal. You want the E5 to be the one farming away, but Hell was probably a little bit too far away, and the 279 behind the push. Mentos now getting punished as well. Leon and Katja just backwards and forwards. W and S behind that one wreck, just trying to do everything they can to throw off the aim and sniping shots that come in from the opposition of Kylie, but eventually, just like Look before, from Kylie, they will go down. The angles are there, and they will collapse. Fairly actually committing forwards in his Type 71. He decides that he wants to hold the line here and trade it out rather than run away.
Yeah, that Type 71, a bit late though. If he wanted to do this, he should have done this almost instantly to be there early. Now they're getting an SRV on the 4-5 line, but on God, man. They could have had somebody here for a long time. Rerolls will start chipping away towards that 279 in F1, potentially. Yolo taking a shot, but Kylie in the meantime is wrestling back to control of this match, and they find Feli as well. Yeah, that commitment forward. Not sure why he decided to do it at that point in time. It was very late already. Sabo is pulling back.
As well.
Yeah, Sabo will run, but
where to?
This is the furthest he's going to get.
Yeah, and eventually they'll be able to push under. They will be able to get that control, unless Alexandros in that EBR is spotting enough of the underwater side in 7-8 line that the SDRVs can punish them.
He will not spot the size 7 on time though, the one that's going right now. The SDRVs won't punish that.
He's completely unlit, and he can go all the way into B9 unpressured.
That's the doom there. If Alex would have spotted the guy who's driving down from 8-9 line, right down, then the SRVs would have blasted, but in this case no. And now they're really missing a tank at A8. Like this SRV of Scatter or Rerolls needs to be at A8.
Yeah, rather than being grouped up in the same location, they're only controlling the same angle right now. Sabo does spot out the IS-7, but gets sniped probably from the SDRV from range, and it's just a matter of time before he goes down. I think the only reason Quack in Desire 7 is being hesitant is because he probably expects there should be more covering this lone Type 71, but Aurora, much like we saw from Kylie in the previous round, they're kind of already going back into the turtle mindset.
Yeah, they're just missing a tank at A8 altogether. But they're also missing the second Type 71, you know. Now the rest of the team of Kylie coming past, and just look at him off how many guns they have. It's 12 versus 7.
But the HP is still up for Aurora, which is something, I suppose. It's not much, but
2 minutes is a lot on this map, to be honest, because you can just drive behind the building on the cap, and
once you're there, they cannot dig you out.
Yes, if you drive like 5-6 people on it at the same time, they can't kill all of you driving on there. And
what are you going to do, re-push with STRVs?
You try, but it's a long time on this map, to be honest. Especially when you're pushed back into this corner.
We got 1 minute 50 on the clock, and it's kind of deja vu, really. The same thing that happened to Kylie is happening to Aurora. The acceleration of pace will come in as Kylie secure all the different angles and probably make their final push on towards that cap. Smee is compromised. He doesn't really have anywhere else to go. It's his only option is to sit straight below depressed in that E5 and just get farmed. Dopadeepa makes his charge into the cap, and that is all that's required. They will need someone else to go in there as well.
The I7's coming, the can opener's coming as well. The moment somebody drives out of A4, he's going to get blasted to a different dimension. I said we'll make it onto this cap, and so did the other I7. That's 23 seconds, and that is not just 23 seconds, that is going to be 30 seconds to cap at 3. They have 3 attempts basically to do it, you know. Even if all 3 get reset now, they have another attempt to do it. So
I'm not sure they're even going to make it. There's only 10 seconds left already. Are they even going to make it to the cap? Here goes Alexandros in his EVR, the charge, the desperate charge to try and get a reset. He doesn't manage to do it, and the capture of the base will go through, and we're left wondering once again why the team that was in a stronger position ended up giving more map control away.
Still 11 tanks left standing for Kylie. I'll make that 10. But at some point they had 12 with like 6 HP. So that's not a high average between those 12 tanks remaining in that department. It's about 500 actually. So basically everybody was dead, but they managed to win it out. And yeah, like in the end game there, Feli going forward, I think it's a big mistake. They would have been able to play forward angles if he didn't do that. You know, like play the front hold down, not the back hold down, and play close. So the flank isn't that potent. Or one could play front and the other one could watch the flank, you know? So the flank is just useless.
I think the key point is if he was going to do that, he should have done it way
instantly,
earlier.
Both of them instantly, just to farm as much as they could. Yeah. I agree with that one.
Then they could have traded off the Type 71s by doing a bit more damage, but in the end, it all comes crumbling down for Aurora. Do you think it was a mistake from them to bring double STRV?
No, but I think it was a mistake from them not to put an STRV on the 4-5 line early. Honestly, once they pushed back in 1-2, I think they need to send an EBR, an STRV combo on the 4-5 line on the outside, and he will absolutely destroy all of those guys sitting on 0 line.
I think they were just afraid to do it because
Fear.
you have to imagine that you're putting an STRV.
Yeah, but he won't be spotted. There's nobody at the L-shaped building. It's the whole thing. There's nobody at the L-shaped building. There never was anybody at the L-shaped building. You know, on the one where you've always seen a 279?
Yeah, they always tuck a 1-2-7.
Yeah, there was nobody at the L-shaped building, which is why 4-5 line was completely exposed the entire time, and it would have won them the game straight up.
Small details. Well,
I mean, I agree.
Maybe large details if you think.
It's indeed scary to send an STRV there, but it's the only time they had left. You know, when you look at it, they have nothing else.
That's the point I'm getting at, is like the psychology of an STRV player, the idea of moving forwards and leaving the red line, oh, shock. That's scary, you know, because you don't want to throw away your tank, and if you get spotted in that STRV in such an advanced position, usually you're in trouble. But if you're able to get into that advanced spot undetected, then it's a shooting gallery.
Exactly. So, I know it's hard, but you know.
Small details cost the wins for both teams in the last 2 rounds of play. Aurora, they were on the defensive side, which we say is the weaker spawn, even if you have the advantage of the time on your side. They're now going to be going on to the attack. What do we expect from Kylie on the defense?
A lot.
You think they're going to go aggressive, or do you think they're going to...
I think you cannot be super passive on my try.
I think I'm getting that understanding from the way I've seen some of the teams play. I remember a group stage game it was actually between Kylie and Goldfish just launched it straight down the 9-0 line from the defending spawn in the north from the very beginning of the game, and it looked like an act of desperation, even though nothing had happened in the match so far. But I think that just shows like how uncomfortable teams feel when they play from the northern spawn.
Well, let's see what Kylie has for us on their defense with the 6-7-9s, no 8-7-9s. So Leo, an E100 and 560 piece, 0 lights.
Yeah, that is a very heavy lineup for sure. Aurora, meanwhile, they are going with a bunch of IS-7s, 260s and 279s, double type 71. They brought the same thing from the double type 71 in the previous round as well. STRV and double EBR. So double EBR versus none at all. Aurora should have a lot of info available to them immediately at the start of the round. The question is what they do with it.
Very, very 1-2 orientated right now, though, from Kylie in the beginning. Very many tank.
Yeah, I suspect that E100 being in the corner, and then you've got Mentos in the 279, should it be required, he will probably fall back, and then the E100 will make a shield for him, which is a very annoying thing to deal with.
See the press down pushing up as well. I mean, they're, of course, spotted out, and Aurora is matching them on this side, but Aurora still has the 2 lights. They can't forget about that.
The Type 71 should be able to do quite a bit of damage as Kylie push in this situation. So if they can just hold out, it should be very annoying. But of course, 279's notoriously difficult to deal with if they just angle their armor towards you. And you're right though, Aurora, they can't really go for the heads-up brawl. They don't have the numbers to take this on, and perhaps that's why Kylie are being so aggressive. I don't think Kylie is going to keep pushing though. I think they're just going to secure positions.
Yeah, but once they establish deep, like on the outside of the broken wall there, on F1, right, and pressure 3-4 line as well, there is tanks here in F1, G1 that are going to be out of position. You cannot hide with everybody. Timmy, safe, but the rest of them, not so much.
That depends whether Kylie chooses to pull the trigger and advance further forward on the map, but Kylie have played their hand, right? They've showed what they're doing, how they're going to set up, and
maybe they just want to defend like this. But I would say that's
what I was thinking.
Defense. That is a bad defense because the d4 line is exposed, so you're giving up d4. The 279 at a8 can get killed. So anyways, believe it or not, he can die. He needs to go back to a9. He will. He'll make a pocket there, but once he's behind the wreck, he can't really do much anymore either. You can control him from a7. So like he is behind the wreck at a9. You just take a7 away from him. You take under away from them. You lock them in 1-2 line, and then you are free to kind of do to these 60 piece what you want to.
They are already setting up that shield for the oncoming attack. But again, Aurora's trademarks, they are being very, very cautious.
It's a bit too slow.
They're trying to use the EBRs. They're trying to get information with Alex, trying to figure out what they want to do, how they want to break it down. And they have, you know, there is a little bit of a window of time where you can try to strategize and plan how you want this attack to go, but you can't be wasting too much more.
No, but I mean, this defense IMO is not good, but I don't think Aurora is really considering breaking it the way that I imagined. They will try to break it through 1-2 line by the looks of things. I would imagine...
They're sending that IS-7 and 279 back to the 1 line.
I would imagine you break it over, taking the 2 line, you see on the underside, of like in that dip or the bridges, you take that, you take A7 anyways, away, and you can even potentially start capping at some point.
Yeah, and then you can actually leave the castle lighter with the number of guns you have there, because if they do get pressured...
I mean, the thing is, these 60 DPs are... The 60 DPs die against 2 line. If you take... let's say it's hard to do without drawing.
Position.
Yeah, if you take the lower side, and you even push further to D1, D2, that little hill there, right? But at the same time, you're controlling D4, like in front of the EBR of Aurora, on the 4 line, that you lock them inside of the 1-2 where they can't peek out. Then you can, together with the B8, right, the crossfire from B8, you don't even need to go to A7. These 60 Ps on the 4-5 line, they all die. Because you're not safe anymore.
Well, it's not going to be the play for Aurora. They are going to choose to brute force it from the looks of things. They're grouping up with everyone. The STRV is advancing as well. Scatter just trying to get...
It will be hard, man. Normally, I think Kylie will repush the 3-4 line themselves. And take the rest of the map. Like, you lose the 279s. If Kylie reacts well, I think they pull back with the 279s. They give up gold and ISAD. And they repush the 3-4 line. Like, kill the Type 71s to play the outside. Force Aurora to go to the outside as well.
Yeah, both Hell and Paradise are in a situation now where they've got to make a call. Do they want to stay or do they want to go? Because the push is coming from Aurora. It's Timmy leading the charge in his 279, but he hits the building, which slows them down momentarily. And they're swinging from both. They're trying to pincer around the building here, trying to focus out the guns, but barely any HP has been bled on these Kylie 279s right now. They're really struggling to connect the shots. Finally, they start to hit a few, but there's just so many 279s here on the outside. Templeton really needs to be farming away right now in his 279. He has a very strong position.
These 279s are indeed farming now. You can see Kylie up a decent amount of HP, but keep in mind, a lot of that is on the 6-9 line, that E100 and 279. There is a 3-4 line repush that we were talking about, coming out by those 60 Ps against the Type 71s. The Type 71s are bailing out. The 279s trying to stay alive on the outside. They are still covered by the Leopard 1 from the distance as well. He'll be putting in a lot of shots. Templeton will be backing off as well. Now they're switching to this outside defense, and you can see how much it hurts from Aurora to try and peek out of those positions. Like, that's the real problem with this 1-2 push. You are now the ones that are locked in 1-2 line.
Yeah, they flipped the script now, and the 60 DPs have moved forward. They've taken away those positions, and Scatter is just, he's forced to flee. He doesn't want to abandon his teammates, but he has no choice but to run away, and the HP is dwindling. These 279s, they are going to all die eventually, but they've stalled out just long enough. They're winning everywhere else across the map, and remember as well, they're just baiting them into the Leo 1. He should be having a field day right now.
Yeah, the Leo 1 is hitting a lot of shots. He was probably hitting some shots on the 1-2 push itself as well. Smee missing there against Templeton as well gives him an opportunity to kill Kacha, but the HP is very, very much in favor for the side of Kylie. Sure, they don't really have that many guns left in result of this onslaught, but okay, wait. I
mean, the 6 TPs are exposed in
Yeah.
a bunch of different angles right now. Aurora, they may be down in HP, but they are up in guns significantly, and that all counts in the end if you can just put a few more shots in. But there is another repush here coming from Kylie and Katia and Leon. They have no one left to support them. The other guys in the castle are not high enough HP to make any sort of plays in this game, and it did look like potentially it was going to get close for a moment there, but the decisive push from Kylie has allowed them to isolate the guns, focus on towards individual targets. Albert is the next one to fall squeezy, taking all the time in the world, but he actually misses the shot. Unexpected. Albert should still be going down, but he might actually just be able to scurry away under the bridge.
He will. In the meantime, YOLO and Feli are able to pick up a loop, but there's still the looming threat of that Leopard 1 constantly sitting in position. Mentos bullying a little bit as well in his 279 with his 2k HP.
Can we address something though? There's a 2000 HP E100 completely isolated on the other side of the map.
He's having a little duel against the Leopard 1. Smee immediately gets clapped by the Leopard 1. Sabo, if he peeks now, same story. They need to establish angles on this. Aurora could have sneaked in the cap though already. Why are they not doing that with the EBR? Why are they not capping? This was...
There's so many possibilities for the EBR right now.
He should be capping.
Kind of spoiled for choice. Mentos is doing his best to hold the line. You can see there's just 3 guys just lined up in the shooting gallery right in front of him, but there's not really, it's really tricky for them to be able to do anything. The Leo 1 has actually moved back into A4, so he's no longer covering Mentos, but Mentos seems to be doing just fine all on his own. And we have the weirdest 1v1 ever, which is Scatter as a one-shot against an isolated E100. YOLO is going to reinforce him, but I think they might just run out of time even if they manage to kill this E100.
I think YOLO should have been capping. If they really wanted to have a chance, Mentos is going to kill all of these guys, actually. Then YOLO should have been capping. Well, Scatter just controls the E100, no?
Maybe, but they're now pivoting. They're charging in towards the cap, but I think it's too late because they've just left the E100 alive. Dopa Diffry may be on the complete opposite side of the map, but is he going to have shots on the cap from there? Is it in render?
He probably will, but Flash actually picks up Albert before he gets to the cap. Scatter might kill Dopa Deepa, but the game is already over. I think there was actually an opportunity to sneak the EBR into the cap there for a while and get the I7s on the outside. Even they wouldn't spot the EBR on the cap, and then the E100 has to turn around and Scatter could maybe face.
Well, it's not going to matter now as Flash cleans things up. He's not going to someone else gets the kill, and it's just Scatter left. In a 1 versus 6, and the clock saves him from death, but they will not avoid defeat. That was a weird round. That was a very weird round the way it played out. It felt like there were multiple times where it felt like the momentum was going to swing in Aurora's favor, and then Kylie were just able to hang on. Very strange.
I don't know if I really like the way that they tried to break it still, though. I don't know.
6.1k from that Leo. Well, and look, see, Scatter just unable to get involved in the game. Compared to the Leo, he just baited in by the rest of his team perfectly, and Flash just farms away. It's interesting that they picked a Leo instead of an STRV. It's curious. But of course, the Leo is a great sniper tank in its own right. Just more flexibility in terms of having a turret and being able to relocate faster.
I mean, I think there was real potential there for Aurora at the very, very end, but before that, though, when they pushed into this one too, you could see how hard it actually is to make that happen.
Yeah. It's like a war of attrition. It's just another layer of defense the further they push forwards. And in the end, Mentos was able to just essentially just peek on the corner and just 1v3 like 3 different guys from Aurora because they didn't have the HP.
And they were afraid of the Leo, so Mentos
they couldn't peek them, so they were just trapped in there with him. Well, that ties things up 2-2. And as good as it looked for Aurora after map 1, Kylie take a swing back and they tie it up.
Good stuff. Very, very, very good stuff.
On to Himmelsdorf now, though.
Yeah, no passive gameplay on Himmels.
I mean, you know, in the past, people...
No.
I know. It doesn't work anywhere near as effective as camping on other maps, but there was, you have to admit, there was a time in, like, I want to say it was in, like, 2020, 2021, where everyone was actually really open to the idea of camping. I think even Invil camped it at one point.
Himmels?
Himmelsdorf, yeah. Everyone was doing it at one point. Everyone seemed to believe that it was actually possible, and then that was disproved again and again, and then eventually it came to a stop. I think that was the case. I think everyone had a go at it, playing the camp.
I never camped on Himmels. And I think
very honorable.
Camped on a lot of other maps though.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to win, right? And there's not really, like, you know, who cares if what the players think. If you win the match, that's the most important thing. And if camping is the route to success, then so be it. But like you said, camping is very much fallen out of fashion on this map. It's not something that people do anymore. And I feel like at this point in the match, Kylie have brought it back. I think they're just going to run away with it now that we've gone on to a map that's more even ground.
I think Aurora really needed to hammer it down in these first 4 rounds, make it 3-1.
Yeah, they needed to pick up at least 1 round from Redshire. Because that way, even if they lost, even if they were to lose Himmelsdorf 2-2, sorry, 2-0, we could still go to tiebreaker, which is what, Live Oaks?
I think so.
Yeah, it's Live Oaks. And you can camp on that, but also not the most effective, necessarily. Ooh, interesting. Kylie bringing 3 T57 heavies, double VK, 4 IS7s, and then 6 C100s. But even, dude, look at Aurora. I just looked across the screen, I was like, oh, they're doing it again.
The MBTB is coming out for Aurora. Yeah, Kylie very, very heavy indeed. Looks like a lower side kind of play, but of course they still have plenty of tanks that could go towards the hill as well.
How fast is the MBT?
Pretty fast.
So they definitely seem to prefer them to your conventional autoloaders, but Kylie are just going straight through the middle of the map. They are charging straight through the middle, Mentos to the left, Evil to the right, going into the pockets in the courtyard. Meanwhile, they've got most of the team going towards the 1-2 line. They have got some hill presence as well. I'm not sure what it is going towards the hill. Is it double T57 heavy?
3 tanks, no? By the looks of things. Triple T57 maybe?
Well, they're going to get spotted out right now. Alexandros is going to poke over the ridge line. Did he not see them? No, he did see them.
He did see them. They were spotted. It
will
will be 4v3 on the hill though.
And they have much better DPM with those T57s. The BZs, while they've got a strong position right now to farm on towards the 1-2 line, they're going to have to either fight or die. Or run.
The BZs right now just aiming from the hill towards the lower side. They want to volley somebody crossing over by the looks of things. The guy on the 8 line needs to be careful as well. And Aurora right now just like content with sitting here.
Yeah, another consideration of course is Kylie, they have no idea how many tanks from Aurora are on the hill. So if they knew that it was a straight 3v3 with BZs, they would have pushed straight into them, but they couldn't possibly know that. Aurora, they're pressured back because of these IS7s in the courtyard, but they seem quite happy to give up this control.
Now they're crossing over the 2 lines, some damage being taken for that. HP evening out between these 2 teams, especially with the heavier lineup of Kylie. That's good news from Aurora, but still not progressing past this point with the W100 and the VK. Now the IS7 and the E100 are making their way a little bit forward, but again, it's costing a lot to get through this.
Yeah, and Sabo is in a decent enough position to be able to farm this if they're really just going to take their time, even with the reduced pen. They are basically just sitting in the open in front of him, so there's no reason that he can't just keep poking and prodding as long as he doesn't get absolutely blasted. But here goes the push. The triple T57 heavies. Watch Magnus's HP. It's going to go rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Or maybe not. Oh no, they've decided. It's backfired. Call an ambulance, but not for Magnus. He's just completely baited them as Kylie tried to push over the hill, but they've fallen for the trap. Did they find the kill on Baron? No, he just about manages to pull back around the corner before he dies.
Well, I said then Squeezy are able to find it, though there's going to be an E100 arriving now as well. That will be rerolls realizing this and being like, I'm good. So honestly, the trade not that bad for Kylie. They lose one, they take one as well.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be disastrous, but in the end, they're able to hold their own, and the fear factor of the clips really was a problem there. And of course, T57's got such great DPM. Rerolls couldn't really push in that situation because by the time he would have driven in, got his clip off, and tried to leave, the T57s would have another one ready to go. But repressuring on the rails are Aurora. These guns from Kylie under lots of pressure, but Templeton is able to back up around the corner, so the only gun they really lose for that was Lup in his E100.
Now though, Lankak trying to do something against Magnus and Albert, but it's still a losing situation for the guys from Kylie on the hill, and they're slowly but surely losing the HP everywhere else as well. 1-2 being further reinforced by Aurora. They have good positions there, so currently it looks like they're pretty well in control.
Yeah, and look at Kylie, they're sending more reinforcements to the hill because they know that it's just so very important, because these guys on the bottom side of the map, they're just completely crossfired. The BZs have free reign, they've got these nice angles on the lower side of the hill, so they're sending those reinforcements up, and there will be another clash up there to take control of it.
Now, hill pressure coming in back out again with the E100 leading the charge. I said and Squeezy behind. There is double MBTB there though. Again, these MBTBs not really useful, to be honest, Moff. Now they're trying to get back into the game, but let's be real, so far that tank has not really added too much to the strategy of Aurora. Now they're trying to peek from this hill again, and Lankak trying to pull back in at E100. Ice have taken some damage as well, but this hill fight remaining pretty even though Aurora has so many extra tanks.
Yeah, and Rerolls is getting peaked. Hell being a bit cheeky. Rerolls is on 6 HP. He's going to try and put in some shots, but of course the MBT, because he got to fire 2 shells almost instantaneously, he can't actually poke around the corner and is just forced to settle for only doing 400 damage. The MBTs really didn't have any significant impact with the clips at any point there, but they additionally have also sent more reinforcements. They've brought another MBT up to the top of the hill. Hell could get caught here on a timing, but they choose not to peek him.
Yeah, 7 is there now as well, and now Aurora is actually starting to repush 1-2. Excellence. Needs to be careful there in that IS-7. Alexandros finds Laveliard. Excellence now getting peaked as well. He will fall against the combination. Smee fluffing the shot though, makes him live a little bit longer. But nonetheless, it will be a scenario in which Aurora cleans up this 1-2 line.
Yeah, they will. And then both Smee and Timmy aren't really under pressure. They can kind of just hang out in this position. If required, Timmy finds the kill, and the kills get traded on the top of the hill. The MBTs immediately get some deletions there, and now they're going to turn around and face off against Squeezy and Hell. The last 2 tanks remaining from Kylie on the top of the hill, and Aurora. We said that this match might be done. This map might be in favor of Kylie, but it's Aurora who are the team looking good right now. They have the HP advantage, but some kills are going back the other way for Kylie, but they're just losing all the positions everywhere else across the map. The hill will be lost. It's just Hell trying to hold on behind this hold down, just trying to stall out for as long as possible. But what's he stalling out for? The rest of his team isn't making moves.
Yeah, it's game over actually for Kylie. They're going to be facing up against a match point for Aurora, who had all the guns in all the right places, especially this 1-2 line hold, so very annoying with those double 279s. Kylie never really able to push it in whatsoever. It gets reinforced and then they fully lose it, and the hill was always going to be hard for them.
Aurora, they will be the first team to put themselves on match point in this match. Unexpectedly, going up 3-2. It's just the E100s in the back lines remaining. Smee will find that kill, and then it's just depressed in his E100. I think we both still have reservations about the MBTs, but whether they had a positive impact or not on the outcome of this battle, they still win regardless.
Really good stuff there for Aurora, picking up the match point. A team that everybody expected would be kind of a walkover for Kylie, proving that they're here to play and here to stay as well. They get it to 3-2, and now Kylie looking at match point.
Yeah, very, very surprising. I thought for sure after the Red Shy turnaround that Kylie would then wake up and run away with the rest of this match, but Aurora are the first ones. Up 3-2. Timmy doing 6.5k in his 279. 7.9k blocked. I'd hate to look at the pen rate of the Kylie tanks based on how much he bounced. 3.4 for failure as well. That's 11,000 HP blocked worth of damage just on 2 tanks.
It's very good. It's very nice. Nobody really standing out for the Kylie team altogether.
I mean, to be fair, like these pen rates that they have, let's consider that they're just taking pot shots from range, just desperately trying to get those RNG pen rolls onto like really tiny weak spots. So you can't really blame them for having bad pen rates when they're literally just hoping that at least 1 out of every 5 shots connects.
Aurora looking, I don't know if they're looking like really good or if it's just like Kylie not performing to the standard that I would expect them to.
I would agree with that. I mean, you don't want to discredit a team when they're doing well, but it does feel more to me like Kylie not meeting the expectations that we had of them, especially that they won the Community Joust event, and then they had that run going second place in the previous Clan Showdown as well. Really didn't think that they would get hung up and down and having a really scrappy match against this Aurora team.
What do you think, Namov? Aurora takes it?
I don't know. What all predictions are in the bin. Anything goes. No, we don't need to look at that.
I mean, I'm closer than you at least.
Brilliant.
Still wrong though.
Yeah, just one step in the right direction. Closer. But that just shows like how one-sided we really didn't think that Aurora was going to be competitive in this match at all. We thought maybe 1 round from camping on Highway or camping on Redshire, but certainly didn't think that they were going to be winning this match. And if they win this next round, it's going to be 4-2. They wouldn't even go to tiebreaker.
I mean, would be a surprise. I think if Aurora wins this, Invil's chance of winning this tournament would go up, you know?
I would agree with that. Especially, we thought Kylie would be the strongest challengers. Holy E100s. That is, that's a lot of E100s. That is 10 E100s from Aurora, 8 E100s from Kylie, German super heavy power.
Again, this time around, though, way more tanks on the hill from Kylie. Like, look at the split.
Yeah, they are committing way more to the hill on the 9-0. Just, 1 CS. The Hurricane Dopa Deepa is committing aggressively into the 1 line. He's doing an active spotting run in a CS63. Doesn't get too heavily punished for it initially, but he's still got to get out of the 1 line, and they're probably going to be able to reload another salvo. He actually chooses to stop temporarily to mode switch, potentially? I'm not sure. Maybe it's because if he mode switches, he gets more camo reds. He probably possibly thought that he could get out, but that is not going to be the case. He's deleted. He is the first one to fall in this match, in this 1-2 push by Aurora, just completely catching out that CS63, who was only meant to be a scout, only meant to indicate what was coming.
These E100s are putting in some work though on these crossings, doing some good amounts of damage. So yeah, Aurora will take it, but you can see that the rotation from the hill is not as significant as Aurora would probably have hoped for. When you look at how many tanks that are still being sent by Kylie, I think they're going to be evenly matching there. Except for Aurora has E100s, of course, which is going to be a bit annoying.
Yeah, a lot of HP on those E100s, of course. And you can see Timmy and Katya, because of the fact they don't technically control the hill right now, they're just jiggling backwards, forwards, just trying to make their opponents bounce the shot. And we reach a sort of stalemate in the game, because it doesn't look like anyone's willing to make that commitment on the hill, perhaps rightfully suspecting that they won't have the overmatch that they want.
It's
what do you think?
Still even 100s though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but it's E100s pushing into T57s. T57s gonna absolutely love it.
Actually, no, Aurora shouldn't win this, to be honest. You're right about the 57s. They should delete one, and Aurora is running into, I think, 6 tanks on the hill. So now Peek and Ice at Squeezy are coming with those 57s. Let's see what they're actually able to do. They start clipping out as well. You start seeing that HP of rerolls drop lower and lower. That's the power of that burst American auto loader. -1 of the E100s. And Kylie says, thank you very much, Aurora, for that. We appreciate the donation.
Yeah, they fell for the trap, and unfortunately rerolls was the first one on the chopping block, and that is going to destabilize all of Aurora's positions on this hill. These E100s are essentially just fresh meat waiting to get clipped by the T57 heavies at this point in the round. And now, because Kylie have the advantage on the hill, they can afford to rotate some more of their guns back towards their own base to control any sort of pressure that Aurora want to conjure up. Baron is just peeking into this angle, but he doesn't really have the HP or the guns to support him.
Now, in return though, Kylie is going to start peeking the 0 line themselves with those 57s, with that overmatch on the hill. Albert pulling back a little bit, but it's not going to do him much good. He's getting clipped away by those T57s today. Now, Aurora has to somehow overrun this cap area, Moff, because the moment they lose the hill, they lose the game.
Yeah, they're going to be charging into the Capo U100s though. They're not the fastest tanks in the world, and you can't help but feel that they are just going to get farmed as they try to make this sort of crossing. Flash is kind of in the open right now, but you should be able to adjust in time. And the hill, you know, technically the fight's not over, but we're really just waiting for the T57 heavies to regroup and decide whether they want to go again, or they might just leave the hill altogether and go back if they don't think the E100s are going to be as much of a threat. But even at this late point in the game, it still feels like some sort of weird stalemate where everyone's going for individual fights. Kylie now re-pushing with the E100s of their own. Hell pushing forwards, taking some shots of damage, but now he's going to be able to side scrape from this angle versus Failey and YOLO. E100 Brawls going to be angling the turrets towards the side to make it more difficult to pen, but there's 3 against 2. YOLO and Failey, all they can really do here is hope to try and trade it out somewhat evenly.
It's not going to be working out that well for them either, and Kylie making this repush, but starting to lose out on HP though, Moff. They're down 2,000 now. They're trying to make this happen. They cannot no longer push the hill apparently. They need to find something here, but look at what's coming in the back. Magnus, Katja, Scatter, all arriving, and they see these E100s as well.
They're exposed in this lane here. They can't. There's nowhere really for them to sit safe. Scatter with that T110E4, 375mm of APCR pen. It's going to be beautiful fighting up against these E100s, and Evil is actually committed back into the cubby hole where he just killed YOLO because there's nowhere else to hide. Now Igor pushing in against Link, trying to find that kill. Baron is going to do what he can to support him, but he's just doing a drive-by shot because he doesn't want to go down too cheaply as well. Link will put in one more good shot to make Look go down to a one shot in his own, but with two angles there, he could not angle towards both at the same time. But again, the trades are just fairly even across the board. Aurora still just ahead with a slight HP advantage, only one gun down, but it's just individual fights everywhere.
And so far, these fights are not really showing a clear winner at this point. Kylie's down 2, Aurora's down 3, but this K-line should be where Aurora maybe can find something at some point, but that's still 4 E100s holding the line. So that's always going to be a little bit annoying to peek into. Who has HP? So they need Leon and Smee to get involved in the game here.
Yeah, but Smee's by himself. He's not really grouped up with anyone else, which is probably the worst possible situation you could have. You really want HP to be grouped up with the rest of the team so he can go in first and take the shots for everyone else to use the DPM, but he's just in a 1v1 against an E100 by himself. Timmy gets a kill on the bottom side. Leon now recommitting on the hill in his E100, and he has a lot of HP, but again, the T57 heavies have these beautiful clips that they can just absolutely butter through the E100 with, but maybe Leon has enough HP to sustain this clip.
Leon just takes the clip like a man, minus 2k, but Squeezy dead. Iset also already has fallen. Alex is now pushing in. The hill is being cleared from Aurora. They don't have much, they don't have a lot of HP, but they have just enough to start clearing this. One more E100 waiting, and now I think it's the last ditch effort from Kylie, a favorite in this tournament that needs to now march across the K-line into setup team. Ooh, Alex bounces. That is him dead, but still plenty of E100s on the hill that should take over the lead there. I think even an Amarak coming out, they see the third air of that E100, and now Kylie, I think, realizing that it has somehow slipped between their fingers. 4 tanks left standing for them, and Aurora actually is going to do the upset, or at least the upset in our opinions, and will take it 4-2 over Kylie.
Yeah, it slipped from their grasp. Aurora just across the map just slowly made the better trades. We thought it was going great for Kylie on the hill initially with those T57 heavies, but suddenly they find themselves in this situation where there's just 4 of them left and they're being completely surrounded. It's a very peculiar game. It's not often that you see just this war of attrition, just these individual trades going on across the map, and Aurora managed to come out on top. Sabo maybe pushing in a bit aggressively, but he can afford to do this because there's just so many guns left from Aurora. They can afford to just throw themselves at the remaining tanks on the opposition, because it is only Depressed and Lanquac left on the hill, both isolated, unable to support each other. The cap is underway, and Aurora have done the upset. In our opinion, the upset. We thought that Kylie were going to be a strong contender in this Clan Showdown. I thought, certainly, that they were looking for a fight. They brought in some reinforcements with people like Squeezy and Mentos. I thought this was going to be their revenge tour. They were going to meet Invil in that grand final. But no, it's not going to happen. They fall at the first hurdle to Aurora.
It is indeed the end of the road for Kylie. Aurora pick it up. I think Vortex might be even happy with this as well, to be honest.
I think every team should be happy with this. Like, if what we believe, the teams believe as well, and Kylie is perceived to be one of the top contenders, the fact that they've just been knocked out of your side of the bracket, that's great news for them. Vortex and Aurora, and based on this Aurora performance, anything goes at this point.
I mean, for Aurora, it's great. You know, they put themselves in the forward position into the semi-finals even, and they don't have to worry about anybody coming from the lower bracket either. If they win that semi-final, they're in the finals.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. It's only single elimination. There's no second chances. Unfortunately for Kylie, they cannot come back from the dead and make a miracle lower bracket run. That's just, it's not going to be the case. I'm sort of lost for words, really. I just did not. It's the complete opposite to what I expected to happen. Like even up until the point we got to Himmelsdorf, I did not think that Aurora were going to take it 2-0 on this map.
Me neither. And I mean, I didn't even think Aurora would pick up 4 rounds to begin with.
I just remember all the way back to the start of the round, they lost. Kylie lost Dopadipa. They lost that CS 63
instantly.
instantly at the start of the round. He could have made a, like, if he got out on it with HP, he could have made a big difference on the hill, right? Potentially.
Sure, depends on how much HP he would have gotten away with, though. Like, because if he doesn't die, he'd still be low HP.
Yeah, I should probably retract that, because even if he does get out, he's going to be like at best case scenario probably like 1,000 HP.
Yeah, that's what it is. So it's like would never be that great, no?
Nope. Well, here's the bracket, and it is going to be Aurora marching on into that semi-final up against Vortex, who we already saw take down Vulgus earlier on today. And both those teams are going to be probably happy with that outcome, not just because they won their game, but a fierce competitor has been eliminated. The second half of the stream, we're going to be moving on to the lower side of the bracket, not the lower bracket, the bottom half. It's going to be the NA against EU matches.
Which will also be very, very interesting. I was going to start it up with probably the most interesting of the two. No offense to Fines, but Cracked versus Motivatia will be an interesting one to see how it's going to play out. That's enough yapping from me and Moff. When we come back, we have North America taking on Europe. Which one will come out ahead? Let's find out after the replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome back once more to the AMD Clan Showdown. Together we advance gaming. Hi Phil, how are you doing?
Well, very good. I mean, the German team just won, so I'm sitting here with a big smile, you know. But yeah, it was actually quite interesting what happened there on Himmelsdorf. Bit unfortunate maybe, but we have a different match. EU versus NA, 2 times in a row now. And I think you highlighted this is probably the match that everyone was waiting for. Motivatia, a team that in the past has been very dominant. They have won, I think, 3 or 4 times the recent Clan Showdowns.
Well, you see it there on the screen 4 times apparently.
Yeah, so correct. Basically the equivalent of Invil on the North American server. They have collected a lot of victories, and I think some of those players have been in clans that before also won. So Crack, the most dominant 15 versus 15 team, with now basically the best of NA players merged into this team from Dopamine as well. So that should hopefully be a bit of a closer affair than what you guys predicted to be the last match.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of predicted the last match to be similar, right? Similar result, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think I put a big 0 there.
Same, unbelievable.
Yeah.
We're so alike in our predictions. Yeah, but this one should be the competitive one, hopefully, especially maybe because Motivatia hasn't looked that fantastic, to be honest, in the group stage either.
I mean, they had this 2-1 win for 3 teams in their group. So each of the teams of Motivatia, Cracked, and Goldfish lost 1 match. Motivatia, because of like tiebreaker rules, was declared second, and they are facing now against Cracked, which won their group, so first for NA. Morph was telling me that the NA matches were not even close, and Cracked was completely dominating the opposition. But taking a look at the names, I'm not surprised. Those are like very experienced players. Also the guys from the 7 versus 7 Onslaught stack team that will go to China. But community predictions, roughly 3-1. Like 3 times the amount of votes for Motivatia. I think it's okay. I think it's like somewhat reflecting the strength, but definitely not a team to count out.
No. They can definitely play the game, that's for sure. But can they play the game good enough to make a difference here? That is the secondary question. We haven't seen an NA versus EU team in 15v15 for quite some time, so I think we're all going to go on a path of discovery to how well they may be faring against one another. Moravanka is going to be the very first one. We're talking about it in the break. Moff said Moravanka camps are very exciting to watch, so I'm looking forward to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I already had a bit of a PTSD moment when I saw Triple Badger on Westfield and Onslaught. I'm pretty sure Moravanka will have like 6 to 10 Badgers on the defending side. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to seeing that much. That being said, we'll follow up with Prokhorovka and Sand River. And if we get to a tiebreaker, then Cliff is definitely a very exciting map as well.
Oh, for sure. Cliff would be very, very exciting if we get there. It's a long road ahead of us before we actually get towards that altogether. Starting it off on Moro, you think either of the Motivatia strikes you as a team that would be camping against a North American team?
I think it's not about who you're playing. I think it's about securing points whenever possible, and if they decide that this is the best strategy, and I believe that it's actually a fairly good approach on Moravanka, because you don't really know from which side enemies are coming. then this could definitely be a camp. But we have also seen, for instance, on Prokhorovka and some other maps, that there are vehicles that can be both used for defensive, like holding positions, as well as for pushing, like IS-7s and 279s. So the lineup does not necessarily have to be 10 Badgers, 2 STRVs, and triple Manticore or some EBR shenanigans.
But it could be.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it could also basically be like a bunch of 279s combined with Badgers and IS-7s, and then you have a tank that both can push and hold. But we're about to get ready. There are like some changes happening. Obviously, some of the players will always be on the away server, so we are switching between EU and the US Central server. All of us going for a 4-1. I believe that we'll end up with one of the teams just being able to 2-0. One of the maps just being able to go 2-0 for Motivacja, and then they just have the advantage and bring it home.
I mean, we all went with 4-1. We give Crack that one round of respect, you know? I think that's what
I mean,
like.
Definitely not a team to just count out. I would not be surprised if they do more than 1 point, but in the end, we both decided Motivacja is the favorite, and I think with the caliber of players in their team, they're definitely competent to get some good points here.
Well, first question is what kind of a lineups we're going to be seeing, and how the teams approach this. Well, the forest is on fire. That sounds awful. Somebody needs to put that out.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see there's a lot of water as well, so...
It's conveniently in the wrong spot, apparently.
Nah. So, do we expect any arty? Like, I mean, actually, so the reason that I'm saying that is Moff was telling me he rewatched all the replays, and Stacked apparently is playing with arty against certain camps. And I guess if you have Badgers, they're like fairly susceptible to arties.
It doesn't do enough. I just remember Moff saying that he thought it was a very legit tactic, Phil, to bring the ID from his perspective.
Okay.
I don't, you know, it's what Moff said. He said, you know, big damage HE, T92 do 500 every shot, or 0 if you miss.
Yeah, I think he highlighted the Tessak as well.
He said that the sack is very interesting because it can spray the bushes and you can blind fire the light. That's what Moff said in the break, at least.
So, do you like have the Tessak basically spray and then someone zooms out?
Yep, with a zoom out,
and then
you're like, ah, he's in that bush. And then you just all shoot there and he's dead. I mean, Moff, I think, you know, that one season where he got absolutely owned in the prediction. Oh no, he gets owned every season in the prediction game. I think those seasons that he got owned in the prediction game are really having like a toll on his like analytic approach. You know, like he doesn't really know anymore.
Yeah, but talking about analytical approach, I can give you a short spoiler on the lineups, and there are a lot of Badgers on the side.
Who's defending first?
Motivacja.
So Motivacja camping?
I mean, as I said, it doesn't have to be a camp, right?
Disappointment to the European server. We should just ban them all.
It's 8 Badgers.
Only 8? Yeah, that is 8 Badgers.
That's 8 Badgers, a can opener, triple 60 TP, a 260, interesting, an IS-7, and a K91, and it looks like we'll have a restart immediately.
Is it because Steelman forgot to add the cashback tank to the mod, so it is not deleted automatically?
I don't think that's the reason.
Okay, but can we still like flame Steelman for it nonetheless?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It was written restart initially, but now the tanks are moving, so I would assume we are just playing. Yeah, I mean, everyone is moving.
Almost
maybe
everybody
it was
is moving. Almost 2 tanks are not moving for Crack.
I have to say the game is being played, so I guess it's happening. Let's just focus on our job, explaining what is happening.
So badgers are going left, badgers are going right.
Do you think they will find some mushrooms?
And now we just wait to see what Crack has to offer.
Okay, so we have 60 TP in this B1 pocket. And what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy tanks on the other side? Or is it 3? I think it's 3 versus 3.
Spotter, by the way.
Well, I mean, it's a solid choice considering the stationary tank there that can then like DPM into it.
Yeah, pushing up really early on the 0 line with 60p, external Vova and Hockey coming close.
Okay, so 3 tanks spotted. At what point do you think the K91 should or will start shooting? Just if it's basically won or lost anyway?
Yeah, when they're running over him, basically. That's it. Outside of that.
Okay, so you can see the EBR is trying to clear.
He will find him though.
Yep. Okay, K91. Yep, that did not go very well for them.
That was genius, Phil. That was the K91. Really a stroke of genial, man. Genial. Where's signups when you need him? Okay, what did this really achieve? Can you, like?
I mean, I guess their argument was like the K91 is good at sniping or DPM if needed as well.
They're HGing the scan opener. If they have enough of them, they could be doing something with this, that's for sure. Okay, the can opener goes D-spotted. Muscles could sneak a little bit on the lower side at some point if the I7 is not peaking high enough, and then he will start out spotting these guys at some point. And if he does, it'll be hard for Modi to stop this.
I mean, the I7 is definitely a solid tank to basically hold this initial spot. On the other side, by the way, we have this D4 IS-7, and I think that's a very important position because the Badgers are obviously fairly slow tanks. Oh, by the way, on the other side, Melly is driving in, just lost 2000 HP, trying to advance through this like C2 hull down pocket. I believe that it might actually be worth it for one of the 60 TPs to peek over and just eliminate the gun.
Yeah, that's what they're doing as well. Liberty and Skittle are going to do it. One of them finds the kill. Now Liberty will pull back, so they trade some damage, but they find a kill. Yeah, the I7 pocket, not that useful to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there was a bit of HP bleed. Definitely not good for Moti, but they are now up again in HP with an equalized gun. The light tank obviously is still a factor, but at this point you kind of know where everyone is. And yeah, the I7 that I was highlighting on D4 basically cuts off the rotation on like A4, 5, 6. So you will always be able to know who is crossing there. You will be able to put some cross shots as well. And the Badgers that are positioned on A3 will not be able to support any kind of push here on the 9-0 line. I guess on the other hand, they're not able to do that anyway because they're just too slow.
And time is ticking though now. Don't forget that. That's the biggest worry here, is that Cracked, if they want to make this rotation that they're doing right now, it's going to take them at least a minute.
Yeah, you can see there are 60 TPs moving, and obviously on the other hand, like 3 60 TPs, I think, 3 Badgers. It's not like they're badly set up there either, right? Like both sides are like fairly...
I almost feel like 1-2 is more annoying to push than the other side, because look, it's 4 Badgers. On the other side, there's also 4 Badgers, but there's also 60p, you know?
Yeah, and I guess the Badgers from like A7 can kind of help to an extent when it comes to like this crosses on CD1. At least like a shot, because the Badger on... like the combination of Badger on C4 and 60 TP on C1, they're like providing a spot fairly early. I mean, we saw what happened with IS-7. Do you think it's an option to maybe just drive through the 4 line? Like, kind of unspotted? Because there's no light tank?
and then keep pushing to
No, no,
AP?
no. Yeah, and then push.
It's
like,
so...
basically do like,
I understand.
take half your tanks.
Yeah, I get.
To hold down
I get
the...
what you mean. The only issue is that you get the guys at A7 become more useful when you do that, because you will get spotted. Like the 260 at A6, right? It will spot you at D4, gives the Badgers time to get there from A7 to peek and shoot you twice on the crossing. Like every Badger will be able to shoot you. From the A line. If the 260 wasn't there from Rambo, sure. But since he is there, I think it ruins what you want to do.
Okay, well, the push is forming. And I think that will be an expensive one.
I mean, it should be an expensive one, as OP is leading the charge together with Paddy, followed quickly by the rest of his team as well.
So Muscles actually lost like 900 HP as well. Maybe he tried to turn some tanks or something, but now definitely all the Badgers are set up. So far the HP trade's obviously going in favor of the guys defending. Rambo took a bit of damage for the cross, but I think it's fine. It's just an additional gun that is being positioned there. And yeah, now we are looking into a lot of Badgers hull down. So, not the greatest scenario.
I mean, Little doesn't seem to be that hold on as he's getting dropped to about 1k, but the bigger issue here is time. 2 minutes 40 remaining, and Motivacija still has 29,000 HP, and Cracked will somehow have to cross the 1 line into A3, and now you can see more guns being trained upon those positions from A6. Another Badger being pulled back even from A9 to A6 as well. The layers of crossfire are just getting more and more elaborate here for Motivacija. Sure, they did some decent damage to those Badgers, even the ones at A6 taking some damage, but nonetheless, there's still a lot that Crack needs to overcome to have an opportunity.
Yeah, and now the push is coming. Chase, Ethan, Ferret driving in. Paddy completely blown up, and you can see the HPs are still in favor of Motivacija, and the guns have not really been decimated on the side of the defending team. So 2 minutes to go. Sure, you have some 60 TPs to push onto, but this will be a tough one.
This will be very tough as there's double Badger waiting for exactly this. OP will probably be the one to take the damage in the 260, leading the charge, trying to turn some turrets of Diavol, who is doing exactly that. Turns his third. Ethan coming around the corner now as well. Command maybe to finish, or Ferret and OP to give a shot each. Ferret gives a shot, drops in towards the 1 shot, and Cracked has done a good job at crossing the distance at the very least, but time is always a thing. Choppa now peeking the top, takes 2.3k for it. Vova with a damaged gun wants to pick up Little. Can he get it? Edging forward, he does find it, but now you can see how much HP they're just dropping for those final meters towards the cap.
Yeah, and on the other hand, the can opener and the Badger have also advanced on the 8 line, so a bit of extra map control being taken there. Now the trades are continuing, but to be honest, the 260 against double hull on Badger is not a position that I would want to be in.
No, I think it's kind of over. Now all of a sudden those Badgers just remind everybody that, yeah, we are Badgers, and once you get close, we don't care anymore. What server are we playing on, by the way?
This is a US Central server.
Yeah.
So I guess you could argue that's like an added benefit, or like an added advantage for Motivacija, who wins a round on the away server.
Yeah, winning on enemy soil.
But I would dare to say that everyone has like okay-ish ping either way. And
you don't understand the world
15
of
versus
players
15.
Trying, to be honest. You don't... like, these guys, you know, it's like, if their ping goes above 40, it's like the end of the world. It's the same...
Some of the Ukrainian players might have above 40 anyway.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, okay, true. I was mainly like reference to people like Jakefa, you know, like, who was like, I read like 15 paragraphs about how the removal of minimum graphics is the worst thing that has ever happened to this game in its existence.
No. Either way,
That
I
was a
mean, this is the
beautiful
first
round.
point.
I loved seeing those Badger.
As Moff was highlighting, Badger is a very interesting tank. Muravanka defense is very entertaining.
Yeah, and Moff, if you're looking for a FC that can break this, Moff said he had some ideas on how to cook open a Muravanka camp, right? So, right? I mean, maybe we should, during the next break, we should have a segment, you know, Moff's analysis.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys will find some time later or tomorrow to discuss.
That's all Moffman.
Best strategies. But yeah, funnily enough, like Brainbreaker, who completely got like evaporated. He got 500 assists, even bounced a bunch of shots. But yeah, I mean, just put a Monty there if that's really what
That's terrible. It was honestly, it was so far towards the zero line that Muscles got spotted and was almost instantly behind a building.
Nah.
You know, if we had competitive artillery, those guys wouldn't be able to camp like that, Phil. Think about it. If you and Kia were in the Conqueror GC on that map, man, on that K9, like, phew.
I would have sweet dreams.
I mean...
Yeah. But to be honest, like in this match, like an RT would have done like 4,000 or 5,000 at least.
Yeah, but the spread targets, that's the issue with it. I agree. You know, if you bring a T92 with like damage HG and they're not moving that much, you're hitting for like 500-600. But the problem is you are not really killing anything, you know? Like you can't kill 1 or 2 tanks. So you do your 4,000 on like 6 different targets. Okay, you did 4,000.
I believe you can actually do more than 4,000 and you basically just reload a stun HE the time the push is happening, and then
stun twice though for that to work.
I mean, can't always work.
You just bring a batch at RD for the stun and the push, you know, making sure that Firma stun.
Oh, you just like switch ammo like mid round, like from like switch RT. You have like half the game. You have like T92, and then when the push happens, you get like
respawn. You know.
Exactly.
It's like in color.
Kind of like frontline. You know.
I was thinking
you
about
have the water in Muravanka. You drown your RT and then you get a respawn.
I was more thinking about one man army perk. You know. You ever played Call of Duty?
Yeah.
Yeah, more like that. You know.
Okay. Well, as we are loading into the next one, I think the teams are
ready. The real question is, how many Badgers is Crag bringing?
Okay, let me see. 1, 2.
Oh my god.
It's just 3 so far.
Is that it?
I think that's it. 3 Badgers.
Why do they think that they can break? I mean, honestly, I forgot, Phil. You know, I gotta remind myself that NA is not 1, not 2, but 3 days ahead of the meta.
Okay, so we have a lot of IS-7s and 260s. There is an EBR, 279, an E3. Brainbreaker back in the K91. Now he's writing his own redemption arc. Do you think maybe he was just like, he saw that one of the 60 TPs had disconnected and then he just like unplugged his screen, unplugged his mouse and his keyboard and was like, well, this is the only way to play fair?
Well, you want him to run away from an EBR that he proxy spells?
No, I just don't want him to sit there.
Motivacja with the double mouse, triple to 60, K91, EBR, double BZ, 6 I7s, yeah, cracked, triple Badger and an E3, and that's only because Chase wants to be special, as per usual. I bet he's playing a position you could have totally played with a Badger, but he just wanted to play an E3.
I mean, you can argue about the additional pen. But he's actually driving forward quite aggressively. Do you think there is an argument to be made to like play this like hull down spot in?
I think he's gonna play like E5 next to the building to spot if somebody goes under.
Meh, that's maybe an option as well.
Oh my god, Koman! Oh my god, Aka, Jesus.
Well, Chase drove into a building, but Koman outplayed.
No wonder Cashback isn't winning anymore with those kind of plays. Did you see what he did? I mean, I think he can bring up the ping excuse, you know, like I lagged over.
It was above 40.
I lagged over the hill, guys. Man, that's really bad for Moti though. You have nothing left to clear EBRs with now. There's also no point to be very aggressive when you have no support, you know?
No. I mean, on the other hand, they had the K91 last time, and the K91 got outplayed by the EBR, so maybe now it's the redemption arc where the K91 just like outspots the EBR.
Right, so the K91 is going to clear the... Okay.
Yep.
I'm more worried about Choppa's position, to be honest. See that I7 pushed up on the 6-7 line? I think he can dive from angles. The double BC, together with the I7, together with the Forest later, I think he can die.
I mean, he already dropped to 500 HP now, so he's also ammo-racked. I don't think he minds that much, but yeah, I mean, 51 HP left.
Yeah, just shoot HP.
And that's good shots. That's good shots that Moti is putting in there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you just finished him off with HP now, no?
Yeah, a couple of shots missed him, but as you mentioned, it's more a matter of time than anything else.
There we go. Diavol picks it up. Good kill. Eliminates the I7. So we've lost an EBR. We've gained an I7. I would still prefer... You know what's really interesting here? Like, look at the HP disparity between these two teams. Like, look how much HP Motivatia actually has. I mean, I know they just killed an I7, but...
Also, they have the double mouse.
Yeah, I know. It's just Crack's very light on their defense, no?
Yeah, and I mean... If they read it correctly and they just use like the whole pack of IS-7s and 260s and they overpush the one line, sure, the 260s on the A line might be able to come there in time, but I mean, in the end it's 260s against 260s, right? It's not like you're sitting there with 4000 HP Badger DPM. The E3 will be kinda out of game, at least for a while.
I mean, the tanks from A6 will be able to cross to A3 though. That's why the 260s are good.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like they will be able to cross, but still it will be like 260s against 260s. You're no longer having like this like defensive menace with a Badger.
Oh, yeah, and A3 is not really shaped for your tank either.
Yeah, because you also don't have the gun depression. Okay, so the rotation seems to be happening. You can see on A5, OP Hacker and Deft are coming back, and in the meantime Diavol and Skittles, you can see it right in the middle of the screen, are starting to trade against Chase. So Chase put in the first shot, takes one, takes another one. Skittles and Diavol sharing HP, or at least trying to.
It's not good.
Okay, so Chase puts in a second shot, and if both of them penetrate their E3 shot now, which they don't,
they both bounce.
Skittles bounce as well.
No, the repush is coming though. The repush is coming here from Cracked right now on towards Cano's position. I think that's good for Moti. I think that's really
Badger
good.
is out. Interesting. Cashback picked up, Moti picked up the Badger, but yeah, that's it for now. We'll have to see how expensive they can make Kano, who was in the ditch that you mentioned earlier where Melly was positioned in. The HPs are still up 5,000, and you can see 279s and IS-7s really have issues using the ridge lines.
Yeah, and Kano
like
didn't even die, to be honest. Kano didn't even die.
The gun depression is just not there.
BZ's over peeking, killing one. They didn't even kill Kano, and now they realize the trouble that they're in. Moti waiting for this repush. Blow up one, blow up the second. They're going to continue now as well. And yeah, 260s in A3. Sure, it's a good tank, but nonetheless, when you're down 10,000 HP and 4 guns, the story is a little bit different. You'll need more than 260s, to be honest. You need more than Badgers even at this point, as Cracked in this defense on Muravanka lose the IS-7, which is like a domino effect. Ethan will now die against this overpush as well. Maybe not on the first volley, but the second one will definitely get short work of him. External dying off screen in the meantime, and the push will continue to A3, and it's all she wrote for Cracked on Muravanka.
Yeah, in the end, this lost EBR did not really matter that much, but
it's too standard of a defense, you know, like.
No, I would actually say it was too fancy of a defense. Like, if you want to really just camp
like an old
and just
standard. Like having a tank in a 5 line, which doesn't really work that well, anyways. Having something on C3. Having rotations, it's like a really, really old defense. And that E3 did what, 3 shots of damage?
No.
The I7 did what? Nothing?
I mean, also keep in mind that the E3 would have potentially gone out with a shot less.
If they hit.
But yeah, it doesn't really, like, that shot would have not really mattered. I think it's just a matter of too defensive lineup for how light you were.
You need to make some plays with this lineup, to be honest. If you allow yourself to get pushed, you run into this problem that you just don't have the meat to deal with it. Come on, can you get it? Gets on the side. No. There he goes.
He shot the gun of the IS-7, I think.
Yeah, but he only has the opportunity to pen the side. You know, he's not penning the lower plate with that penetration. And Motivacja picks it up 2-0 on Morovanka. They're probably very happy.
On the North American server.
Yeah, on worst ping.
No, I mean, in the end, only the result matters. So nobody will say, oh, this match will be played on this server. So if you're 2-0 up, you're 2-0 up. And
is it 4 rounds per server or 2 rounds per server?
It's 3. So we play 3 rounds server A, 3 rounds server B. And then obviously for the tiebreaker, if there is one, it will be either selection of site or selection of server. Yeah, good stuff here. The 260, the man that survived and lived.
That's the worst part about it. Yeah, he actually just survived as well for that position.
Nah, but in the end, it was just not enough. Like, you can see there's just nobody really dealing the significant amounts of damage. Sure, Muscles, who is a Badger, which was basically supposed to do exactly that, dealt his damage. Hockey did some damage as well. Chase, actually a 4th shot, maybe somewhere more towards the beginning. He bounced 2 shots, but yeah, then he's just eliminated. And we saw the BZs, both of them survived. Both of them basically spread the damage among each other. And neither Badger, 279, E3 could have really like made a big difference in this position.
Aka making it close for content.
No. And Chopa as well with his IS-7 basically just eliminated for 0 damage. Well, that's it for Muro. We go to the next fairly open map, I would say, Prokhorovka. And I hope that we will see a bit more aggressive action. Do you think Badger is a viable option on Proco?
Sure.
We didn't really see it before.
1-2. We've seen it in the past. 1-2 max. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
To sit like in 1-2 line. Listen, you always got to remember, you need a tank for players like Synapse to play.
I mean, Synapse on Prokhorovka was playing the Yo tank.
Exactly, that was a mistake. He should be playing.
I mean, based on his pen rate, I have to agree with you.
He should be playing a Badger. I think every time I've watched Synapse play like an advanced, we always ask if they need a Badger on Prokhorovka. He's smart like that, you know. It's playing Badger is kind of very chill, to be honest. You drive somewhere, you sit there, and really all you have to do is shoot.
I mean, I was playing yesterday the 7 vs 7 tournament with Vulgus guys, and I was basically just saying like, look, I can play Bliska, I will drive in, I will shoot everyone that moves, and then just don't expect me to do much more. And I mean, we won the tournament, right? Like sometimes simple does the job.
True. You need a little bit of, you know, need like the sledgehammer for the wall.
So
how does Crack use their server advantage though? Like, what brawling should normally be the highest advantage they can get.
Okay, things are being readied up. We have a bunch of STRV players. Looks like 1 per side, and then a lot of heavies.
STRV is also very chill.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened when you're not in the right position. IS definitely showcased that to us.
No?
Twice.
That was a really disappointing performance from IOS, you know?
But he had some other games where he really stood out in a positive way. I mean, Jakifa would have been like 200 meters further in the back.
True.
Okay, so no Badgers on either side. We have the combination of the 2 masterminds, Brainbreaker in the K91 and Aka in the EBR 105. So if one of them throws away their tank at the beginning, that's definitely the 3-0 for Motivacja.
Sure. lineups. Double E5, K91 again, STRV, EBR, 3-60s, double can opener, double 60p, double I7 and a mouse from Motivacja. Jesus.
I think the mouse is like one of those old school tanks. I remember teams like Mercy and Korm just playing those tanks in the middle. You just have a lot of HP. You can basically be this like tank that gets pushed on. You take something with you. Like while driving, lots of tanks might actually struggle with the mouse armor because APCR is not good enough, and then you end up shooting heat in some side skirt or something like that. HP starting a bit higher for Motivacja, but I don't think that's very significant. We have 2 EBRs against 1. That's definitely something that tells the EBR from Moti to be a bit more careful, because you don't have the luxury of a second one. The initial spread looks like fairly heavy on the side of the 1-2 line, and now this can opener rotation is also joining that side of the map.
Nothing really happening in the beginning though. I mean, they could repush this hole, but would it be smart? I'm not sure.
I mean, you have to keep in mind that they have not spotted this this additional tank that is like on the 0 line. So I think maybe the moment the push is coming there from Cracked, then they feel like they need to do like a counter rotation or something like that, like take something in return, you know, like chess, lose 1 piece but get something else.
Sure. Having only one EBR is kind of decent on the attack here as well, though. I mean, you're kind of forcing Cracked to use their double EBR more actively, but Cracked will find this 260 in kind of an isolated position. If they only push him with 2 though, the K91 will be there. Brainbreaker is just looking, now starts to shoot, will back off from this one, sees the third tank, he's like, okay, I'm sorry buddy, I'm out. Oof.
I mean, it's not just 2 tanks, right? There's a bunch more.
Yeah, and
yeah, you can see there is also a rotation happening by Cracked in the meantime. They reinforce this like E5-6 position to make sure that they can support potentially on the hill. Maybe like Brain also took 1 or 2 shots from there.
He took only damage from the middle.
But that is a decent chunk of HP lost on Deft as well. And the mouse is still there to support. I guess the STRV you can see stopped on K45. Was maybe able to put like a shot here and there as well. K91 still alive, but the EBR is hunting. Do you think this favors either of the sides? Or that just took like 3 minutes of the overall time?
Great for Cracked. I mean, there's 4 tanks in 1-2. There's only like 4 pushing down from Motivacja. The STRV will make it to A1 as well. Everything is spotted early. I think this is going to be double BZ reinforcing the position as well, and they're pushing it with 4 versus an overwhelming force, actually.
I mean, there's a bit of damage flying in from the middle. You can see Skittles, Little, Delconix. They're all able to put some hurt into the crossing BZs. But yeah, now they are all hull down, and E5s are not the greatest tanks to push. Even though Vova actually gets completely obliterated. Maybe he got double-tracked on the ridgeline while rotating. So that's actually quite good for Motivacja.
Yeah, I think this double BZ crossing over kind of stopped them from pushing down 1-2, you know? Like, they saw that double BZ, they're like, oof, we cannot do that. In the meantime, external falling in the middle. Now they're pushing down 1-2, though.
Muscles actually might have a bad timing. He makes it around the corner. But yeah, now we'll have to see if they have any chance of spotting the STRV in the corner. The EBR is still full HP. Twilight, Kano dropping now towards the inner ditch. So avoiding the STRV for now. Ferret also got spotted. The HPs are still fairly even, and I think the STRV on E1 has good shots now.
Yeah,
like, while Sebastian doesn't have anything.
Yeah, Sebastian's going to move towards A3. Even Deft finds a kill though in a 260 from the middle of the map, but Paddy's too far forward in that 260, getting peaked as well. In the meantime, Cracked repushing the south side with those I7s that are coming off the hill. Paddy will fall in that regard, and yeah, with Muscles also being in a position far away now that he ran away, they have nobody left to spot these guys once that the first guy dies. The SRV
good
needs to
decision
move back
making
though.
by Neo. He just gave a shot into the EBR, and obviously that's the primary target. I think now he just needs to make sure he gets one more shot, doesn't matter into who, makes its HP work, and now Motivatia up in HP. The tanks are still fairly even, and we'll have to see how this corner fight here turns out, because with the help of the STRV it looked pretty good, but now it's just 4 against 4 tanks, and the focus fire is all that matters.
Yeah, really good focus there on towards Hockey though. Now Liberty coming in with the E5, trying to turn the turrets as well. They need to use every single one of the Motivatia side, and they're doing exactly that. But the bigger issue here is the cap right now, 27 seconds, but they still have Aka full HP, making his way across the rails. Blur, the next one down, and then it's just Sebastian left standing. And I do think that that double BZ fill that they crossed over there made Motivatia stop and reconsider their move, and now the EBR is getting spotted out by Aka as well.
Even
Redemption
a fire heading
for Moravanka. Yeah, it's quite over at this point. But yeah, you remember how those double BZs got spotted at E3? Motivatia had stopped dead in the water then at E1.
Yeah, and they just put, like, I think Vova was the first one to kind of like get completely blown out there. And yeah, that was not the greatest ending of the game for the team of Stacked. I mean, Rambo might actually die. He will take a bit of ramming damage maybe. But this match with 3.5 or 4 minutes left definitely looks winnable for the attacking team.
It's really good for Motivatia though. Picking up 3-0 here and moving to EU as well. It's super, super chill for them, to be honest. So, you know.
So, I guess we decided 4-1, I think. We predicted 4-1. So one more round, and now our prediction looks pretty solid. But yeah, I was actually hoping to see a bit more on the side of Cracked. They so far have not really able to show anything special, I guess. Lots of smaller mistakes, but I guess in certain regards you don't need to do anything crazy. You just need to like play solid matches without doing any critical mistakes or any stupid risks. And I guess there were moments where they had chances to take a round, but then they just did mistakes and got punished for it.
Yeah, in this one, I mean, Cracked had a massive advantage though. They killed 2 tanks basically. You know, the K91 was dead, and well, or one shot, and then there was the guy on the hill that they killed, and they still managed to lose out from that. It's a pretty hard deficit for Motivatia to overcome, being that much down against this lineup, and they did it, which is good as to Motivatia. But for Cracked, yeah, no. There was not enough cover on that middle area there for a while. Like at some point, they lost complete control over the middle, and that's usually not a good sign.
Also, I'm interested to see how long the mouse actually survived there, because you remember there were 3 IS-7s that took quite a while to get back into the game.
Yeah,
and I mean, the mouse was the tank holding this site. I mean, he did like 2k damage, bounced a bit of damage, but yeah, in the end, good damage farm here from the team, kind of like playing together. Rambo, actually not that much damage, but I guess against hull-down tanks, it's not that easy either. But overall, just solid stuff. And I guess the middle tanks, like I think it was those 2 external and Vova who was crossing, they just didn't have a good time there.
No, those BZs not really ended up doing anything at all. It's yeah, now Cracked has to spend the whole series switch wondering how are they going to recover 3 rounds.
Yeah, and like count on top of that the moment you're in the situation where you are on match point, you can take your defensive rounds a bit easier. You can make sure that, you know, you take it step by step. I think this Proco round was Motivatia attacking, right? So they captured in the end the base and won, meaning that now they will be on their server on the defending side.
7 badgers? 8? 9 badgers?
That reminds me on the good old times when we had 268 version 4s, and then you just picked like 10 or 14 or even 15, and just like.
And I'm not sure if I would say good old times to that, to be honest. But you know, no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So what was your favorite
113 mouse?
113 mouse. I mean, that's definitely something. I think 907 was also quite interesting, or like VZ5A.
115 mouse.
Yeah.
You couldn't YOLO anybody. The mouse was so overbuffed at that point that it's like impossible to push anything and kill the mouses. Had like 3.2k HP or something crazy. It was for a while.
That was before HP boost.
Yeah, for a while it's like it's super like there's at least 5-6 mouses in every battle.
But you also have to keep in mind that obviously there are always new tanks that are being added, and with like new equipment, like CVS was not a thing, EBR came into the game, so I think meta changes in general are something good, and maybe if there's some change in the future, we'll not see that heavy Badger stuff as well. Would definitely be something that I would prefer. I mean, Moff said he really likes it, but not everyone can be Moff, right?
I mean, Moff said Ravanka camps are super exciting, so like, how much can you really trust that guy?
I mean, this Prokhorovka was actually fairly interesting.
I
wouldn't
think
say
if
it
they
was
didn't boost the
necessarily a
BZs,
camp.
I think if they did not boost the BZs to A2, Motivacija would keep pushing down and would just run themselves on the stake.
Do you remember where the BZs were at the beginning?
They were in the middle.
So, what's the purpose of this specific tank?
They were first.
Why do you pick a...
They went into the dip first, like the hole on the 2 line. Then they left the hole. Then they stayed in the middle. Then they blasted the K91 on the hill. Then they were around the middle. And then when Moti pushed 1-2, they tried to boost back to A2. And then they got spotted like right before they got to A2. Took a ton of damage, and Moti stopped pushing 1-2 and switched to the 3 line instead. Like the BZs would have been more useful in the middle, so that they couldn't just die in the middle, because then only external was left in the middle. And once external died, they lost like 3 line, they lost 6 line, so the BZs were honestly better off in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the end, like sometimes you need to consider what you do when the initial plan doesn't work out. So you have to basically do, like, you have to apply the principle of like a tank being useful in multiple situations. And sure, the BZ is good with running away, especially using boosters, but you also have a lot of HP on that tank, so maybe just use it as like sacrifice for the tanks in the back to farm. You mentioned it, external being left alone. You just have like one salvo to put him down, especially as he took some damage at the beginning. So Vova and I think Seabass, so one of the other tanks, was playing a BZ, was just not really used very well in the end. Or got unlucky, either of those two.
It's yeah. No, but I think if the BZs are in the middle, then you know the mid is more reinforced. They're never able to really progress down there. They can't really jump to 3 line either like they did. There's a little bit of no reaction because they had good info on 1-2 line. I mean, Muscle spotted everything that was driving down, so they knew it was like 4 guys driving down, and they already had 4 of themselves, including an STRV. If you can't win a 4v4 in a defensive position, then I don't know.
But they also had the situation that their STRV didn't really like. I think it was basically when Kano and 2 of the other like E5/260s drove into the ditch, and then the STRV had to like reposition without getting spotted. So I think it was a good decision making in that regard as well, or a good calling by the field commander of Motivacija.
Yeah, I mean, they made the right moves, so nonetheless, it was good moves from Muddy, and Cracked overreacted a little bit, and now they're facing the Abyss, and they were North America's biggest hope because, let's be real, I don't think Fines is going to be doing too much against Invil.
I mean, Invil definitely a team that has made a name for themselves. I think Fines has participated in a couple of Clan Showdowns, also in the past in the Global Map season finals, but if you're not even able to get like into the like top 3 positions on the North American server, I think you have to step up quite a lot to mess with one of the best, if not the best, European 15 versus 15 teams.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Invil can really deliver upon the hype that everybody's putting on them, but it's like, with the team that they have, and the teams that they're playing against, I'd be more surprised if they don't win than if they do win.
I mean, I don't think anyone would be very surprised by them winning. Or were you talking about the whole tournament?
The whole tournament.
I mean, starting from tomorrow, we'll go to best of 9s. So obviously this takes away a bit more of this, let's call it random factor or surprise factor, making a bit mistakes at the beginning and then being overwhelmed.
That's right.
We
If
saw
this
the
was
match.
the best of 9 cracked would be 3-3 right now.
Exactly. They would definitely do like, you know, like it's like 4-1 as we predicted, but they would have won 5-4 if the match would have taken a bit longer.
Exactly. If it was a best of 9, they would have come back. True. I could see it.
Yeah, but on a more serious note, like for instance, the Kylie versus Aurora match, that was a 4-2, and I would believe that Kylie has the potential of maybe like putting in like 2 more rounds and getting to 4-4. I'm not saying Aurora would not be able to close it out, but best of 9 definitely is like the benchmark for like a competitive end stage of the tournament match.
Wargame employee confirms that he rigged best of 7, so Kylie goes out in the first round, so his German team can go through.
Yeah, I mean, I really tried to get Vulgus as well, because I mean there are obviously a lot of German players.
I mean, you should put Vulgus versus Fines then, no?
But both of them got second in their group, so there was no space for me to manipulate that.
We just add a 0 here or there. Anything is possible, no?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as everyone can see, we are in for a server switch right now. Everyone seems to be more or less ready.
If they all had AMD CPUs and GPUs, they would have loaded in a long time ago.
I mean, that's definitely true, but as you mentioned earlier, both Stacked and the guys from Cashback lost against W, and I mean, nobody in W had any issues with connections because they just didn't play today, right?
I mean, Yoss definitely had a problem with staying unspotted, but I don't think that was down to the CPU or the GPU. I think that was down to a different processing unit. However, that one was located behind the ice.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we have the man himself. You know, best comes last. Frugal playing with Invil
that
this
is
time.
honestly the craziest of storylines. Frugal playing with Invil. If you told that a year ago, Frugal playing with Invil, people would have declared you crazy. But now all of a sudden, anything's possible.
But does that just mean like everyone is kind of like growing up? You know, Kian is getting gray hair. They're, you know,
Kian's been getting gray hair for a long time. That doesn't really mean much. It's more like Frugal really wants a gold fist. You know what I mean? It's like at this point, he doesn't care who it is with, as long as it's gold.
But maybe it's actually the other way around. It's like Frugal has put in so much work that he won the tournaments before, and now he has the respect of the whole Polish community, and he can just pick in whatever team he wants to go.
I thought they all hated each other on Monday, and then loved each other on Wednesday, and hated each other again on Friday. To return
But, I mean,
on Monday.
isn't that the same for the people like within the team? Like there's like Opor, or no longer Opor, but like Hit and Run versus Mafia, and then Lotus and Storm. So like whenever they're playing with each other, they're best friends, and whenever they're playing against each other, they are no longer.
Yeah, probably, to be honest.
Okay, as you can see, the map video is there. We're obviously sorry for the break, but it's more fair to switch between matches to have the servers a bit more equalized. I can already give you a little heads up on the lineups. I see Cracked playing with multiple Type 71s. And there is indeed not a single Badger on either of the teams.
Not a single Badger?
That's quite a disappointment.
It is.
For Moff.
I mean, Moff just likes British tanks being played.
I mean, he has the can opener, 4 of them. Okay, so let's quickly go over the lineups. We have triple BZ75. We have 4 can openers, as I had mentioned. 4 IS-7s, a Yacht tank, that's a 279, and an STRV plus EBR combination. Cracked, on the other hand, the aforementioned double Type 71, an E5, and then a bunch of IS-7s combined with a CS and double EBR.
Well, the Type 71s are an interesting choice, right? And it's a very, very heavy east push. However, we can see already that for Motivatia, there's nobody on the east. It's everybody towards the middle and 1-2 line. Like, okay, there's a 279. There's a 1-279. And there's an AFK.
There might be just an IS-7 aiming for the 279. You know, like he's just like providing supportive fire.
As well as he looks for AFK.
Yeah, you know how it is. They just pretend, and then the moment you get close, they snap it.
Dude, that's what I do all the time. It works so effectively. But right now, Moti in a little bit of trouble. They don't really have the forces to clear out 1-2 effectively. So they need to be currently very, very aware. Brainbreaker woke up. Ooh,
Brainbreaker saw.
Back over.
Actually, not only him, Ethan and OP Hacker doing the same. The second salvo just was fairly light, only Kenway took one shot, but that is an HP disadvantage from the start. And take a look at Little in his IS-7, already took quite an aggressive position there.
Now there will be a re-aggression in the middle of the map though with the can openers as Cractus is pushing past, the BCs are pushing over, Kano gets set on fire, but they want to take out Sebastian in that 279 with numerous layers of fire from different angles. They are able to do it. John finding an ignite in the meantime. That was actually the one on Kano, just a bit delayed in the meantime. Kano falling against Blur. The 279 and A8 will be falling as well, but Brainbreaker trying to help him there. John not going to be doing too much better in his I7, but now in the middle of the map is a real issue here for Crack. That's the can opener up and over. That is a lot of tons of British steel driving over the middle of the map, joined by the I7s and the yacht tank as well, and the can openers letting their alpha be known as well in this scenario. And all of a sudden, when you're looking at it, Crack down a lot of guns. They try to cross back into the middle, but these can openers are just having a good time with that. They say thank you very much, that's ideal for us. The shorter the distance, the higher the chance we're hitting everything.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have this 279 there, the moving bunker on A8. If it has an elevated position and the IS-7 has not the greatest penetration values, you saw he was very hard to dig out, and Skittle's still alive on 750 HP. That's a pretty one-sided affair here, 1 to 11 tanks now, and that does not look like there's much left in the tank for the team North America.
Yeah, it's gonna be all she wrote actually, with a devastating scoreline of 4-0. Motivatia wipes the record clean and they send them home. 2 kills left before the end, and it's going to be Motivatia advancing into tomorrow's games with a convincing performance.
Yeah, I mean, they had some hiccups, we had some things to complain about, but in the end this was definitely a well-deserved victory for them. 4-0, and I mean this match was 15-3 with over 10,000 HP remaining, so definitely good stuff here from the team that kind of got a bit of challenge now. Kylie initially like coming into this tournament, especially with a lot of weekend players as well that recently had bested Cashback. Maybe one of the favorites for the tournament. Second place during the previous event, during the Joust League as well. First place. Now I guess the old guard is back and they're showing what they have to offer.
Nonetheless, for Moti, it was a good warm-up because tomorrow probably for them is waiting a tough task ahead. It's going to be Inville, most likely. Let's not sell fines completely yet, but it's like, statistically speaking, the odds are very much stacked against them. They have like a mini finals there already.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the side of the bracket that I would like to avoid if I would have to pick between teams. Not to discard Vortex or Aurora, but quickly looking at the post-game stats, we can see here good damage by some of the tanks, staying alive for a bit longer, but in the end, the vast majority of the heavy tanks here dealing over 2,000 damage and staying alive. The can openers, the IS-7s, just putting in the damage. Skittles as well, even though he apparently ended up damaging his own ally, he stayed alive. He was able to just hold this advance, and Brainbreaker, who had initially covered him from the base, also making sure he had good damage. I'm not sure what happened with Rambo, by the way.
I'm not sure either. I feel like he should have been able to shoot at least something.
I mean, he fired 6 times, he hit 3, but he didn't penetrate any of the shots. That's the updated bracket, and a pretty one-sided affair between Motivatia and Cracked. I guess they cracked the shell open and split their head apart. Invil versus Fines, the next match, and I have to admit I'm expecting a fairly similar result. Invil definitely coming in as the favorite into that match, but we will have a short break. We'll have some highlights for you prepared. And after that,
look at that perfect
we
timing
will
as
be
per
back
usual.
for Fines versus Invil.
It's unbelievable. This guy just knows, bro. Every time, it's just unbelievable. What can I do? I'm but a human vessel. It's, yeah, very funny. Nonetheless, yeah, that was it for Cracked versus Motivatia. When we come back, we have North America versus Europe one more time. Can Fines do better than the North American counterparts? Can they take it? Big questions, but after the replays.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown. We are here with the Overlord of Competitive Phil and myself. We're here to watch the final game of the day, the one that everyone's been waiting for, Invil against Fines.
Yeah, I mean, 15 years of World of Tanks. It was definitely not 15 years to get you back here. Fines, you can see 5 playoff appearances. Managed to get a 3rd place. Definitely some players that we have also seen in the OLF. But I would have to say, even though they have a German captain, I highly predict Invil to be the more dominant team.
Yeah, Nicholas, he tried to run away to NA to escape the onslaught on EU that Invil had, the terror that they have reigned over the server for the last several years, and he is not going to be able to escape that because of the merging of the EU and NA Clan Showdowns. We brought up this asset briefly of the Invil team lineup, but I can't say there's really much to pay attention to. You know all these players, you've seen them all before. The only curiosity is that they now have Barbarian and Frugo in their lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Barbarian teaming up with the guys from Invil is definitely not something new. He qualified actually with them in the 2023 WCI, but quickly taking a look at the maps, we'll have Himmelsdorf for you into Prokhorovka, a map that we have just seen. Murovanka, potentially the 3rd round, and Redshire as the tiebreaker. I have to say, today we have not had a single round of Fisherman's Bay, for instance, so Live Oaks as well, Cliff, those band maps, definitely something to look forward to seeing them tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know about this pick and ban though from Fines. Do you really want to pick into Himmelsdorf? It seems like almost one of the worst possible options that you could pick, but I suppose wherever you go, wherever you look in this pick and ban, you really are in some serious trouble.
I mean, I guess at some point, one of the maps you have to play, and they decided
just ban them all. Best of 0.
If we have to go, then yeah, just coin flip, right? Like you just coin flip the winner and move on to the
Whoa,
next
look
one.
at those predictions. Wow.
Wow.
I can't believe that. I mean, look at this EU bias. How could we all predict Invil 4-0? I mean, that's just so much disrespect to NA right now. Yeah. What more is there to say about this matchup, Phil? I don't know. The way
maybe you can talk about meta on Himmelsdorf. I was actually quite surprised that we saw that many E100s on the side of I think it was Ohoha playing with 10
and Kylie
E100s
well. Kylie
and
brought
winning.
8.
So
the whole match was dominated by German super heavies.
I mean, German domination usually ends up not working, but we have seen a lot of steel, like heavy brawling tanks. Do you think that kind of brings back tank destroyers at some point in time? Because like if you think about OLS, there is definitely the E4 that's a strong tank.
Yeah, the E4 is certainly a great tank, but in 15v15 the majority of your vehicles need to be some sort of pushing force, right? And the E4 has a great gun, but it's not really something that you want to bring more than 1 or 2 of in any game, really. And obviously, the main reason that tank destroyers are so popular in Onslaught is because of the Juggernaut ability, which has reduction in damage by about 25%, if I remember correctly. But here we go, Invil against Fines, the matchup of the century. Invil, the Polish powerhouse, going for the 11th win in the 15v15 Clan Showdown format, which I don't know if they've already surpassed the likes of the Fame Legacy in terms of number of 15v15 tournament wins, but here go Fines. They're pushing down the 1-2 line. Nexus immediately on the crossing gets tracked and held. He's set on fire and is going to be shortly getting deleted. And Riz Glory as well also gets caught ablaze and will also be going down. This push from Fines, they're already down 7,000 HP.
Yeah, and neither of the tank makes it there. Now you can see there is a clash of forces now on the inner courtyard here. Way to Crasera driving in his 260, but 279s are definitely a tank that can hold. And you can see Cat's Eye, YOLO, Barbarian already back. Invil hasn't lost a single tank.
They have not lost a single tank, and the HP is just dwindling further for Fines at the moment. Invil doing everything perfectly just to keep all the guns alive. They're re-pushing into this street here, and they're just going to keep pushing that advantage that they could. Rexar is even going to climb on top of RNG in his 279, just asserting domination from above. They have still yet to lose a single gun. Ketsai doing the same thing, also mounting one of his opposing players, just really asserting dominance early on in this matchup. The 50B ramming full speed into Rexar, and that just leaves 4 guns left for Fines.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we predicted a 4-0, but it might actually be a 15-0. There is a VK in the base for some reason. The teams were asked at the start of the battle if everything is alright, and the team captain answered that everything is indeed correct. I think this fire will not make a big difference, but with Kiwi on the hill, we might actually just finish via cap.
You gotta think of it differently, Phil. It's all a speed running game. Every fire that Invil gets just means they're gonna be that much faster at winning the round.
Exactly. So 16 seconds left. Kiwi took another hit, but I think that's it for now. 10 seconds left. There is a decap angle in theory, but
they're all
the amount of guns.
They're all salivating for the damage. They're not trying to cap. They just all want more damage. They need it. They need it. They hunger for it.
Yeah, I mean, Invil with 20,000 remaining HP. Actually, Kiwi taking a couple more shots. But yeah, that is a very dominant first round, kicking off this match. And Invil kind of starting where Motivatia ended.
You could say that. I think that was a quite bit more a show of force than in the previous match between Motivatia and Cracked. And I think that very much sets the tone of this match for things to come in the upcoming rounds. You can see, unsurprising, a lot of those E5s near the top of the scoreboard for Invil, as they rightly should be, being the primary damage dealers of the team. You can see those two 60s of Nexus and Rizloy. They never stood a chance. They both end up with 0 damage, which is very unfortunate for them. Invil just completely set up in that one.
You see here, like, Kiwi took another kill, so you know the moral.
Oh, he got a kill.
The moral aspect, like, and the fantasy tank points, obviously. Like, Kiwi will be high up in the standings after this round. Only player in his team to manage to get a kill.
I totally forgot to sign up for that. These trial run fantasy league. What player did you sign up for it, Phil?
Yeah. So what I basically did was I expected that Hit would win, and I wasn't sure if like it. I mean, it's basically Hit, right?
It's Mafia too, bro. It's like 50% of the team.
Yeah. So Invil, I expected them to win. So I picked a bunch of their players, and then I added all the STRV players that I knew. So like Flash, Rambo, Scatter.
Just Scatter, Rambo, Flash. Yours would not have helped you out there, though.
I forgot about
If you put him in your team, that would not have helped you out. He made 2 mistakes in a row. Sorry to call that out once more, from way back at the start of the stream. Anyway, we're going to be getting into the second round of Himmelsdorf. Fines being absolutely dominated, probably still shell-shocked after that, or maybe not shocked at all. I wouldn't be too surprised if that were also the case. From Invil's point of view, it very much is just a case of how quickly can we get through this game without wasting any time and without revealing any strats.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it was not really anything that they had to do. Like, they got the information, they punished the 260 cross, and then they basically had like angled upwards 279s, receiving a push of most like 260s. So not much to say. They waited in the right positions and received the push very well.
I think it can be easy to overlook and just write off how simple that was. I think it's very much a case of the Invil is such a high-performing team and all the players are firing on all cylinders to such a level that it just makes it look really easy. It's like, oh, all they had to do was shoot, but, you know, not every player is going to be connecting all of their shots or positioning themselves perfectly. You've got to have your tanks set up in the right positions, and then even after that, they're pushing in as like a coordinated unit, a hive mind, and just executing perfectly.
Well, now we will see 2 players in the MBTB on the side of Invil to give you a little sneak peek of what is about to happen. Interesting to see this tank. We have, on the other hand, 2 tank destroyers, the 268 version 4 and an E4, and then a bunch of steel combining 7 E100s, 4 on the side of Invil, and Fines playing with 3, adding a mouse, 50B played by Niklas, a bunch of E5s. VK definitely a tank that has its purpose, 350 heat penetration, plus obviously you have quite some HP as well with nearly 3000. Fines approaching through the middle, and I think Barbarian has spotted the majority of them. Takes a shot for his effort, but I think he's happy with the information that he got.
Yeah, he already knows what's coming. He knows what's up. When you see that many E5s trundling through the middle of the map, he knows that they're going to want to try and push on towards his position. He was probably going to go to the window, but just stopping shy of that, and now that's going to cause Fines to pivot from the middle courtyard in towards the 8 line, stopping temporarily on the way as they try to figure out how they want to approach this. They've got a division of German super heavies going off through the courtyard by themselves, but you can see that CS of Monster already on the hill. He should be farming away against these German super heavies, and there is literally no one to stop him from doing so right now. So Fines, they've pushed out the 8 line. They found no one. There are no kills here for them to find. They have the additional problem of the CS shooting from top of the hill. DJ as well in his MBT. You can see him clipping away the German super heavies. They're pushing in now, but they're just completely in a crossfire. Invil miraculously find themselves in all the right places once again to punish any sort of aggression from Fines. And Fines, they feel like they have to go aggressive. They feel like that's the only way that they're going to be able to try and get a win in this matchup. But Invil just read it like a book. They're ready completely, but Comrade does go down in the repush there, a bit too casual on his advance, and he does get taken down, but still the HP for Invil is significantly in their favor. They are enclosing on towards these Fines tank. They're coming from the top of the hill as well with the MBTs. They're going to crossfire on towards the E5s, and they will go down.
Yeah, and you can see the MBTs on this distance. They will be able to put 2 shots in. Another clip here by DJ. I saw him earlier putting 3 clips in a row. Now, obviously, 1 shot wasted, but I don't think he will mind. Invil is up 10,000 HP, and we can try our best to make this look more exciting, but Invil very dominant, Invil very well prepared, and Invil coming in definitely here to stay.
I'm giving it all I got, but I cannot indulge in more fake hype here. Invil steamrolling once again. This time they do get 2 kills though. Fines, they double their kill count, actually triple their kill count, because they got 1 in the previous round, and it's just a hunting pack of wolves as Invil close in on those final few guns, looking to pick off of the kills. I want to talk about Invil's lineup though. I think it's a curiosity that they brought MBTs so far. Aurora, we've seen as Monster goes flying. Monster has died. He's crashed and burned. What a disaster. I guess he
do you think he
lagged.
tried to jump on top of the 50B?
He might very well have done. And if his teammates weren't so greedy and so selfish for the damage, they could have pushed the 50B to the base of the hill, and using the hill as a launch pad, Monster could have had possibly one of the greatest kill shots ever in Clan Showdown. Definitely we should give him extra prize pool if he managed to pull that off at any point.
Yeah, I mean, MVP mentions here probably more towards the MBTBs. We mentioned those clipping tanks from the hill, Katsai and DJ. Barbarian also, somehow this man always ends up on top of the leaderboard. He was the one being pushed onto, but he made it into safety. You can see enemy vehicle spotted 8, so he was very essential for this initial decision making. And yeah, through the board, everyone making sure they get in the damage. Conrad, team player, leading the charge, having to bite the dust there, but good stuff. And I would say as Monster was not killed by fire or Fines, this does not count as an additional kill either.
Well, that's a very rough start for Fines in this matchup. Losing 2-0 on your own map pick is certainly not an ideal place to start, but when you pick into a map like Himmelsdorf against a team like Invil, the outcome is perhaps inevitable. Now we're going to go on to Invil's map pick of Prokhorovka. What are we expecting here? More of the same?
I mean, you can see there's a grayed out 3 on Himmelsdorf. Maybe that was the total amount of kills for Fines. So now it's 4 kills on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, I think if we're analyzing this honestly, from Fines' point of view, this matchup is 99% Invil win, 1% chance for Fines, and the only reason I put 1% is because what happens if there is a nationwide power outage in Poland and Fines?
Then Barbarian will do it alone.
Barbarian will 1v15 them.
I mean, have you seen that man? Like,
I mean, I've seen some of his plays in the OLS. He can definitely pull off some great clutches, but I think even a 1v15 is maybe too much for him to handle.
Yeah, I mean, who else could Fines have faced, right? It's Kylie or Vortex?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're the
yeah. So the group winners basically, like Kylie, Vortex, Invil, and Cracked, and they were in the group of Cracked, so they couldn't have faced Cracked again.
Well, they already lost to Cracked for 4-1, and the only reason, because you guys took a cheap shot at me earlier, the only reason they won that one round against Cracked in the group stage qualifying for this is because Cracked brought an Artie to sack double Leo. There's other tanks in there as well. Fines were doing a sort of passive hold on Miravanka, and they only won with one tank left after time. That was a one-shot. That's the only round they won against Cracked in qualifying.
I mean, a win is a win.
Win is
you might remember this today, but after a couple more tournaments have passed, you will just see that they took a round, right?
Yeah, and that should be the ultimate goal, right? Like, I think what we're hoping for or looking for is just for Fines to have even a reasonably competitive round in this matchup, and that would definitely satisfy my appetite. Invil coming into this Prokhorovka round with WBR, STRV, then they got 4 E5s, a 279, double mouse, 4 IS7s, and a can opener.
Yeah, Fines definitely connoisseurs of the Badger. Defensive lineup with mouse and Badger combination. Do you think we will see a camp? This might actually be like a...
I mean, the way they're setting up, I don't see how it could be. I mean, look at where the STRV is going. He's pushing aggressively almost towards the hill. The Badgers alone in the 1-2 line, then they've got double heavies in towards the middle of the map. I don't see how this could be a camp, even if that was their intent.
I mean, you can camp basically by ignoring the 1-6 line more or less completely. Just have like some passive tanks there.
But you want to do the full camp over the rails strat.
Yeah, 100%.
That's almost impossible to execute, especially if you don't take control of the hill and you just get boxed in.
I mean, you basically need to take control of this like E6-7 position, and then you take over K8 where the IS7s are aiming right now.
Well, their IS7s are
fairly decent decaps.
Their IS7s are definitely not camping. They are about to press the W key straight into the middle of the map. Monster You need to be careful. You need to get out of there because otherwise you can have all these IS-7s up upon you. Comrade is actually driving towards them to meet them in honorable battle. Taelu is the first one to jump over the rails, and he is the first one to get focused out. Comrade is reversing as fast as he can, but I do not think that he can stave them off. The onslaught of the Fines players, the IS-7s, they're charging in. They will find that kill, and then they're going to go on towards Orzhek, who's the next target in his mouth, but he has quite a few teammates supporting him.
Yeah, you can see the HP's already in favor of Invil, and the HP's still dropping. A lot of unspotted tanks there, farming from the back. The STRV, the E5s, and another kill being dropped. 4 kills now for Invil, while only Conrad has so far. Right, the repush is coming in. Frugo, the man himself, leading the charge. Barbarian as well. YOLO joining the forces. The Risk Glory Lord himself is being attacked. And I think this match will end as quickly as it started, with very good mid-game for Invil, receiving this push very well, and now, after having sacrificed Conrad again, starting their repush, and the EBR is spotted. First shots coming in, and I think he's not even bothering to run. He just tries to put in another shot. Fines has secured a first kill. So 3 more left on Prokhorovka, and then the 4 that we predicted in the sheet there will be correct. But I have to say, this was a very aggressive move by Fines, and maybe not something that was really necessary. Do you think like playing like special or playing like something unusual is the better solution against a team that is so well versed in basically all the standard ways of playing?
I mean, I think I think their best chance of winning a round in this match is if they do something cheeky, right? If they do something crazy, some super cooked up, cultured strategy. Maybe they should hire Frugo. They should have hired Frugo, and he could have come up with some sort of crazy strategy. But if we're on Prokhorovka. If they managed to get, if only they managed to get to Muravanka, we could have seen an attempt at the camp, which may have given them a shot at winning a round. But like you said, all 3 of these rounds, it's basically just been Fines just driving straight into their death, into the mince machine that is Invil.
Well, a quick look at the post-game stats. Conrad, the one to be pushed on, but you can see he reverted the favor, took his own kill as well, and then everyone else dealing quite a lot of damage. It's always a good sign if all the players have roughly 2.5k, so you have a couple of guys above, but everyone did more or less their own vehicle in damage. Keep in mind, Onslaught obviously has the modifiers for extra HP, but good stuff coming in, and Orzhek, I think, was the second mouse to be pushed on. Perfect shooting by him.
Hit rate.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah, good stuff from Invil, and it basically is just target practice at this point.
I mean, target practice is not going that well for the STRV.
No, it's not.
I mean, you have the APCR into like sideways IS-7 pushing.
Maybe he was shooting standard APCR to give himself a challenge. Although, to be fair,
for the better shell velocity.
To be fair, even then you have true. Very, very wise, Phil.
Yeah,
better shell velocity. I think it's even the standard pen is like what 300 still. Even then.
Yeah, it's very good. Okay, so that means we'll have a server switch now. We basically switch to the other server on the North American side, and then Fines will do the same that Invil just did. Wipe
reverse sweep all the way back.
Exactly.
It's always the ping that's the problem.
Yeah.
How do you decide what server we start on? Was it just a coin flip?
Yeah, it's basically there's a coin flip, and then the teams can decide if they want to be A or B. We start on, I think, the sides of Team B, but Team A is allowed to pick the first map. So the idea is basically that you can play your own map pick while playing on the away map, and the second map is picked by the team that owns the server basically, but the team that has to play away picks at least the site. So you play your own map pick plus your preferred side of the first other map on the server of the other team, and then you continue playing on your side of the server, or like of the ocean in that case, but on your opponent's maps.
I have played NA like one time, maybe 4 years ago or something. And the funny thing that I found about it, obviously being from the UK, I actually had better ping on the NA server than people on the NA server did. So I could play on the North American server from Europe and still have a ping advantage, which I found rather amusing. And I'm not talking about people from SA, from South America. Like people in like Washington, in Washington State, I literally just had better ping than them, which is funny. I think it's in Chicago, right?
Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure that there will also be like a couple of players that have like 20 ping or something like that. I think I saw OP streaming, like I think one of the leaders of Cracked on the European server, and he has around like 110, 120 on EU1/EU2, and
which is manageable. It's
yeah,
manageable.
I think when I played NA, I had like the same, like a bit more than 100, maybe 120.
Yeah, as long as it's consistent, it's okay, right? It's if you get some lag, then it becomes a real issue. But I don't think that the ping compensation is really going to make up for fines at all in this match. They are facing match point, of course. It's 3-0. I think Invil, honestly, from their point of view, they probably would be saying right now, or asking fines if they can just play the final game on the European server, because
I can confirm that we already switched to NA. So,
well,
that is not the case.
I'm just saying it kind of ruins their speedrun attempt. I mean, if you're trying to break the record for the fastest match series ever in a best of 7, I mean, having an entire service which really kills your momentum, your high score.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, when we were in Minsk back in 2019, we had a best of 9 between the supposed best team of Europe versus the definitely best team of the CS server. And I think it was, with all the commentator talk in between, 33 minutes for 5-0.
So it's not. So it wasn't like the WCI China events where it was like 30 minutes in between.
I mean, it was just
rounds.
one match, right?
Yeah, just one match.
Yeah, that was definitely a good event for like a comparison between server. But yeah, if we end up with things going the way they are right now, we might actually have a 8-0 between EU and NA, even though I don't think that's necessarily representing the overall server strength. That would for sure show dominance on this side of the ocean.
Yeah, I think what you said, like just referencing the RU region, back in the day when we had those show matches, it's kind of like the same. It's the same, relatively speaking, because the RU region was just so much bigger with so many more players. And then Europe has the same thing with NA. I mean, like, what's the average player base daily of NA compared to EU? It's probably, like, at the very least, maybe 5 times as much, possibly more. And I think it's a fair point to bring up, because fines, you just don't have as many players to draw upon. Like in your player pool, you just don't have as many people, not only like to pick for your team, but you don't have as many competitive teams playing in the first place. Like we alluded to earlier on, Cracked, like the group stage in NA, it was basically not a competition. And to be fair, that's because the Cracked team is like it's more like a super team. It's like a merge of people will remember the Dopamine lineup. That was one of the other teams from NA, and there's some players that have merged together from that, which I suppose you could look at it 2 ways. It's positive in the sense that if they create a super team, maybe they could challenge the.
I mean, they did in the past, right? Yeah, I don't remember.
It was,
what was it called? PP? Like
the PP
Patriots?
team. Yeah, the PP team.
Patton's Patriots. They definitely dominated the European server, and I think it was just a matter of, I think that was one of the tournaments where Ducky was participating as a player, and then he just, he lost to an A and came back to the casting desk.
Yeah, That was definitely an oddity.
Good old times.
An oddity in the history between NA versus EU. But as he rightly points out, he was actually playing. But if you don't play, you can't lose, which is most certainly my philosophy on things. But again, just because of the lack of players, the lack of competitive teams, it's really difficult for a group of players like Fines to actually improve and be motivated to like get stronger as a team, because you don't really have anyone to play against unless you want to commit to playing against European teams all the time. I mean, I know that there's several players in the past, OP Hacker is one of them, but like several other players from NA who have actually basically created EU accounts like on a permanent
I mean, they all
basis.
have training accounts, right, on both servers. Or as we are playing this whole tournament playoff stage on tournament accounts, so obviously it would be very unfair if you switch server and then you have an account that is half as developed as the other team.
Yeah, that would
they
be
were training with
unfortunate.
it.
Imagine having tanks that no one else has access to in a competitive format. And I wonder what that would be like going back in time.
Yeah, that would definitely not be great. But with that being said, I think Fines has a chance of maybe like coming up with some cool strategy if Invil does not take the last round too serious. We saw in Himmelsdorf also some that's more experimental tanks with MBTs and so on. But in the end, Invil knows that they don't have to show their best strategies immediately. This is just the quarterfinals. There are 2 more matches potentially for them tomorrow. And after what we've seen, definitely strong teams are waiting there.
Yeah, there's definitely stronger competition to come. And like referencing back to earlier on in the day, when we were talking with Daki about how he thought that Volgus was a good warm-up game for Vortex. No disrespect, but obviously Vortex were able to come out on top there relatively cleanly. And I do think there is something to be said for that Invil aren't really getting a competitive match to like sink their teeth into. But on the other hand, does it like really matter? Because I have a whole list of things that it's just overwhelmingly in favor of Invil and reasons why they should just win the whole thing. And they always say, you know, like it's harder to stay at the top than get to the top. But when you're Invil and you've been at the top for so long, we're talking like 5 years, and you know, of course, there's like a couple moments where other teams have won in that period as well. But Invil has been the mainstay for this entire period of since going back from like 2020 to 2019 even.
I mean, in 2020, 2019, we still had like Devi, Raid, and Fame competing with them.
Yeah,
but,
I think that was the time.
The last couple of years they were definitely very dominant.
Yeah, I think in like 2019, 2020, that was when Invil were just like breaking into the scene, and they ironically they were actually the team that was struggling to achieve like deliver on the promise of their success, right? They were the team that was coming like 3rd and 4th, and they couldn't quite break into that final, that top 1. And then eventually they broke through, and it's pretty much been a steamroll since then.
Yeah, in the end, they've struggled quite a lot against some of the other teams, but never enough to kind of break apart this Polish super team.
Well, even if you break it apart, there's another Polish superstar waiting right around the corner. So,
I mean, now they have the man himself, Frugo, in the IS-7, together with 5 more IS-7s. We have triple Mouse, double 279, 2 907s, Marcel in the STRV, and Kono in the BR. Fines, on the other hand, similar actually lineup, double EBR with 1 STRV. We have E5s instead of the 907s, but also 6 IS-7s and triple Mouse.
Yeah, you don't see 907s every day. It's not very common. It's not very common for any team to even pick medium tanks in this format, because just having the HP the armor and the pushing power is so much more important.
I think the alpha is also just
yeah, and then of course
you have to work so much more.
Yeah, and then of course if you do actually want anything for sniping potential, you just bring an STRV because it's subjectively the best tank for that sort of role. Although we did see Kylie bringing a Leopard 1, which was it definitely performed well in that one particular round. Unfortunately that didn't deliver them the whole match, but Finds, they're going again. This is what they know
Monster and
best.
Chisek are...
Ooh, they're isolated. They could actually pick up 2 kills.
I mean, I think they're turning just about in time. They will take some damage, but they will get back into the water. And at this point, they will have to react somewhere else, because the tanks will definitely not be in time from the 2-3 line to support T-Sec and Monster here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Franek and Ketsai are actually committing into A8. They actually want to support their teammates here to hold. And you know what's so strange is that they ran away in the middle of the open in those IS-7s. They've actually made it out almost scot-free into B9. So now Finds are like, well, what do? They've got to go back and they've got to do the boost, but the boost, if you don't maintain your speed, can be tricky, and Zray is finding that out right now. But so they boost up a couple of IS-7s.
Oh, yeah. There is another IS-7 that just took 400 damage for bumping too heavily into the dirt.
Yeah,
but yeah,
making trades with the
taking
ground.
a look at the HPs, you can see there is another push coming. The triple mouse, Mr. Hood, wave and press alt. They're trying to support the forces there, but Barbarian and Conrad putting in heavy fire, and Invil now up 4,000 HP.
Yeah, the EBRs are making a Hail Mary on the 1-2 line. You can see it on the mini-map from Finds. They're making a desperate charge down that one line, trying to isolate the EVR from Invil, but it doesn't look like that they're going to be able to find that kill easily. And Invil, they have reinforced this side of the map. They've rotated all of their guns over. They've got the 279 of DJ in A6 coming over as well, and now Invil are re-pressuring. Dag has been found. He's in isolation, and Finds they're split up. They're not coordinated to support each other in this situation, and it's so very difficult to know what the right thing to do is when you're getting harassed and pushed all across the map.
Yeah, and now you can see the HPs are fairly even, but the positions are so much favoring Invil. The whole 2-3 line is under control of the EBR, which will be very difficult to spot if he doesn't do a mistake. There are quite some HP left for Finds, so Invil should not take this match too lightly, but another fire definitely helping out Invil here.
And look at the guns in the game, though. The HP, you know, I said I wanted a reasonably competitive round. They have at least taken Invil down to below 50% of their HP remaining in this matchup. Ruev now running away from the position, but that's not going to work out whatsoever. STRV plucks him out and sends him back to the garage, and Invil now still pressing the advantage. The HP was still close at one point in time, but again, the guns that Invil have available to them, they're just picking them off one by one. Taylor is going to be the next one to get focused out. Rise Glory actually made it all the way to A0, curiously enough. So I don't know how he managed to get all the way up there, but a bit of mountaineering. That's not going to stop Invil. Ketsai is set on fire, though, as he ego peeks into the open just to try and end the round as quickly as possible, still focusing on that speedrun time.
Yeah, and you can see with Monster picking up, there's just one tank remaining here. Barbarian, very good shot from the middle, actually, to pick up the next tank. Kiwi now in the STRV, spotted as well, drops to 700 HP. Nexus trying his best to withstand the pressuring Invil tanks, but I think Dragon Water had enough. He's trying to approach Kono. YOLO picks him up. 2 more guns in the game, and we ended up with 4 kills, 4 finds. I think that's the best we have seen so far. But that's not enough. You need to win 4 rounds, not just 4 kills. I have to say, they gave it their all. They had a bit of a unfortunate draw, maybe, with a tournament favorite directly in the first round. Maybe they would have fared better against a team like Vulgus that you were mentioning earlier. But I would give the respect to Vulgus as well. They fought pretty well and would have maybe won this finals round as well.
Well, in the end, did we really expect any other result from this game? I think on the positive side, we did get one round where Finds actually were able to take Invil down to like somewhat low HP. They were about 9k HP left at the end. They picked up 5 kills, which was decent enough. I really think they missed an opportunity though by not catching those 2 IS-7s in the beginning. I just feel like maybe they could have just done more damage to them somehow. But I guess on the flip side of that, credit to Invil for realizing that those 2 IS-7s were under pressure and they ran away. They didn't dawdle or dally with it. They just went straight all the way back to B9, and then that was really the only window where Fines could have maybe done something, and after that it all spiraled out of control.
Yeah, I mean, that window closed very quickly, and so did Invil close this game. A bunch of players definitely able to put some damage in. We can see the STRV on this side of Fumes dealing like 6,000 damage. But yeah, it's just a single tank dealing damage when the match is already out of their hands. Osich and Conrad in the mouse tanks this time, not being the sacrificial lambs, even though Conrad, I think, took a fire. Yeah, we ended up with very good damage by the mouse tanks, and not so much on the other side. The push, I think it was the push around the F6-7 position of the mouse tanks from Fines was, yeah, completely dominated by Barbarian and the E5 next to him, like an IS-7 or something, so that did not work out at all.
Well, here's the bracket, and we can see the results from everything that we've watched so far today. That bottom side of the bracket did not go according to plan for NA. Unfortunately, it's an 8-0 sweep, which means that we're going to have Motivacja up against Invil in that semi-final, which definitely should be an interesting game to watch. And in the top half of the bracket, we actually have Vortex against Aurora. Aurora being the only surprise today. I think every other result was expected and pretty much went according to the script. But Aurora taking down Kylie. Kylie considered to be one of the favorites to bring home the grand prize.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same guys in their 7 vs 7 team positively surprising as well in the Swiss stage of the OnStar Legends Cup, so making it to the playoffs and giving a good showing against Mafia. But yeah, tomorrow it will be the international team of Vortex versus Aurora, and then something that you teased already, like a potential final in the semi-final already. Also, tomorrow we'll have special drops for you. After 3 hours of watching, you will get some nice goodies, some consumables, and then we have Tier 8 premium tanks, 2D customization, pretty cool styles, or a day of premium, so definitely don't forget to tune in. Thanks again as well to AMD. Together we advance gaming, and together we advance into the last part of this stream. We can keep reminding everyone that there are 18 AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT graphic cards available for the winners, so definitely a really, really nice price, especially if you're frugal and you already upgraded your CPU. Now you can really run on maximum graphics and maximum speed, as they did running into the semi-finals. We'll be back for you tomorrow. Moff, you have the last word.
It's been a great day, some quarterfinals, most of the results expected, Aurora being the big upset of the day. We will find out what the conclusion is of this event tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.